Fuck you, Tavakai. Fuck you. I know what you're up to. I know what you're doing. Hey, what up, Doom?
Bartiki has already gone inside the ark. You best catch up.
Is what my tuning for? Hell yeah, Dirk. What's up, Minosuke?
Haunted by loss, he seeks what was taken, but fears what he might find. Yet the past will not stay buried forever, for good
Or ill. That's pretty much what I'm wanting to set this build up for, Dirk, is so I can do, like, you know, AFK rituals and stuff.
Now we test your mettle. Rise, warriors of Namahu.
I'm not ready yet. I'll take it.
Namahu smiles upon your strength.
Oh, aye. She's too kind.
Yeah, it really, in my opinion, the Aldor's Legacy stuff killed the build. Like, with Aldor's Legacy, it's, like, still an above-average build. So it's like, you have to spend 200 Divine upgrading Ironbound to make it an above-average build. It's like, it's a real miss on their end from the balance side of things. It should have been upgradable. It just should have been upgradable. Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, I did everything day 2 without Legacy of Aldor. It's just, if you're talking about value, right? If you're spending 200 Divine for Legacy of Aldor, like, most people are not, like, you have to be in love with Ironbound as a build to be able to want to spend that much Divine for, like, what the build becomes, right? Like, it's worth, like, 30 Divines for Legacy of Ironbound, not like 200, right? So it's just too expensive for the average player, in my opinion. It was a good build. I enjoyed the fuck out of it, you know. It just, it was not priced correctly for the power that you gain from it. Thanks.
Time for that.
Or am I supposed to go through it now? No way. Playing Ironbound as a League starter for leveling is really comfy. Oh yeah, I mean, I have no regrets playing it. But for me, whenever I got my Legacy of Ironbound, I got it before the price exploded. I bought it when it was like 32 Divines. So, I had a wonderful time for it. It's just, you know, at this point, the price of it doesn't make sense. But it was a very good build. I enjoyed the fuck out of it. I mean, I had a wonderful League start with it, so. You don't know why you didn't swap the supporting fire earlier? It's a good build. It is highly underestimated. I could see me league starting it in 1.0 for all the new players that are coming to the game.
Welcome in Death's halls. A strange privilege.
Death is not the end. There is always another.
Nature takes what's old.
The cycle of life continues. The lone traveler journey.
Like, obviously, when we get 1.0, I'm gonna get baited by new shit. So it is unlikely that I actually league start supporting fire or anything I've already played, because new shit always baits me. Especially if we got, like, swords, right? Unless there's specifically, like, something for swords that completely transforms supporting fire. You know. How gonna league start a dagger build? I fucking hope not. If daggers are the weapon we get, I might league start supporting fire.
The sea holds many secrets for those who seek.
Like, obviously I want daggers, but, you know, it's of the melee weapons that are remaining. I don't really care about daggers. I need the big meaty ones.
A volcano rages, searing the night sky.
What are you drinking?
Files taken.
No mana! No mana! No mana! No mana!
Out of mana!
Hey Cal, been watching the podcast since episode 1. First time I watch your stream. Hell yeah, Snow. How you doing, man? How have you been enjoying the league? Hey, what up, Treach? I'm currently playing a Werven Flame Breath with Ritualist. That sounds cool. Ritualist is always fun. Munko!
A challenger! Old Yamasi, worthy of Hinekora.
Come.
Come! Okay. Yamasi,
Goodbye, Yama.
you.
Pretty good campaign damage. Okay, 2 more passive points. League has been pretty fun. My only complaint is low ceiling on Endgame, but that's maybe because I've been no-lifing the endgame based on the podcast you've been enjoying it. Yeah, I mean, the ceiling's pretty low. But for me, that leads to it being more fun right now because whenever I do stupid, dumb builds, there's like a better chance of them working. But I do agree the ceiling's a little lower than I want it to be, for sure. We need Uber bosses, real Ubers. Oh, I know, dude. If we had Delve, oh my god. If we had Delve, I would league start Thorns, and I would be playing Thorns until I got to, like, depth 5,000 or something, like... Oh, I would love Delve so bad right now.
Where to?
Okay, I think I only have Prison left, and then it's Aristas, and we'll go do Interludes.
Lower the anchor.
In the King's March Tavern, sailors whisper.
My issue with Expedition is...
This folly of the
honestly, no tablets for it.
does satiate their conscience.
If we had tablets for it, I feel like the system would be a lot better. Specifically because you can't play Expedition outside of the ocean. So it's like you can never mix it into normal mapping. And then when you're doing logbooks, you're never running into like really awesome citadels and stuff. So the problem with logbooks is they have to be like just inherently absurdly overpowered on their own, because when you're normal mapping, it's okay if you get a streak of bad luck because you're going to hit a citadel, you're going to hit, you know, the matriarchs, the patriarchs, all those things that are like guaranteed free to mines. And Expedition has virtually nothing like that. Unless you're doing Alder's Legacy juicing, which is very expensive still. It feels very, like, inconsistent on whether you make Divines. If you're Alder's Legacy juicing, I feel like you can print some decent currency, but probably not as good as Ritual and stuff. So... do you think we're getting Delve in 1.0? I have no clue. Mark, or Jonathan said in one of the dev interviews that 1.0 was going to be bigger than this patch. So who the fuck knows what that means? But they did say that their focus is the campaign and leveling. So I don't know what all we're going to be getting for Endgame. I would love Delve. I would absolutely fucking love Delve. But, I don't know if it's the League mechanic they're looking to add right now. It's a little bit of like an awkward timing to add Delve. Delve almost needs like the rest of the game to be more stabilized, I feel. Because you don't want people, like, delving and being not in maps when you still need maps tested and stuff. So it just depends on how they're feeling about the endgame atlas. I don't know. I don't know why I think delve is not likely. I feel like we're getting another in-map mechanic first before delve. I want delve bad, though. Oh, I did get the chapel key. Okay, cool. But, like, I want Delve more than anything, though. Like, it's... there is nothing I want more than Delve. So, if it gets added, it's great for me. It's just, I don't know if, A, the state of the game's ready for Delve, and B, if, you know, a lot of new players are ready for Delve. It's tough. Blight coming to PvE2 would make you Giga Cream. I mean, it could be Blight. I mean, there's a lot of really good League mechanics that are, like, not added, like, that are very popular. Blight and Harvest are two that are constantly screamed for. You know, who knows what's coming in 1.0. But yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of issues with Expedition. I don't think it's fixed yet. I don't see me playing logbooks very often. In the current state of them. Ritual is just too good, and the price of omens are going up right now. So that's part of the reason why I'm decided to level this character right now, is because I think it'll be a good AFK ritual build. So we'll be able to farm loads of divines, just chilling in some ritual. I've only done Expedition on one build, and I didn't have, like, I was one-shotting everything when I was doing it the other day with my Ritualist, so I wasn't really having much issues when I was spamming Aldor's Legacies. I think GGG's basically confirmed that, like, they're not going to be making any brand new League mechanics until most of the PoE ones are in the game, just from, like, a theme and, like, asset perspective. Whenever they redo something for PoE 2, they get to reuse those assets in PoE 1, so it kind of, like, double dips on their efforts. So they're prioritizing, like, bringing over mechanics that are already existing. So I assume it, like, whatever comes in 1.0. Like, first of all, 1.0 is finishing the campaign. Is absolutely finishing the campaign. I would be shocked if we didn't get a weapon. But I said that about this patch, and I was saying we might get 2 weapons this patch. So who fucking knows if we get a weapon? But I would say we're absolutely getting. That's why I think we're getting Toda. I think GGG confirmed in the Gazi and DM interview that Toda is not coming in 1.0. I think they pretty much said in one of those interviews that Toda's, like, it's not coming by what. I think they basically said it's not going to be in 1.0 because it's not in a good spot or something. I don't remember what they said. I'd have to go re-listen to what they said, because there's too many dev interviews and too many things that have been said recently. So I'm not 100% sure what he said about Toda. But someone asked, I think it was DM, he asked, what about Toda? And they basically said, it's not coming soon. But I could have misunderstood or misquoting or something, so. That ain't me, dude. I was just trying to free you, brother. Hit me! No, hit me over here! Hit me! Hit me again! Hit me again! Oh my god, brother, I'm standing still. But I can kill you with these spears.
Free of your binds at last.
Oh, I definitely agree with you, Polar. I mean, I need to go re-listen to what was said. I'm surprised Toda's still not in, personally.
Cast off.
But I'm also still a little surprised that Sanctum and Ultimatum are still basically in their 0.1 states. Sanctum and Ultimatum haven't been touched at all, which is a little bit more of a problem to me than adding Toda. I think Sanctum and Ultimatum both need some serious reworks. As much as I love Sanctum, I don't want them to completely rework Sanctum because I enjoy the challenge of it. But pretty sure I did that. That's the mana. This is 59, I'm 51, 56, okay. We are going to Aristas.
Here we are.
If the Order's as friendly as they claim, mate, what's the Order need with all these weapons? I am pleased.
Your timing is quite remarkable.
Yep.
Together we can witness the birth of a new tomorrow.
Hell yeah,
Better
dude.
tomorrow.
Better tomorrow for sure.
Now, I must ask
I'm over
you to
here.
wait here a time. I shall fetch the first herald. He will know how to aid you. I am sure he will be delighted to meet you.
Something's up, huh?
Something's going on outside.
Oh no, what is this?
We have been made well aware of your activities.
How could you?
Let her go. It matters not. You will hand over what you have found. Come, come.
Why did it come to this? We were trying to save
What's your favorite build this league? I don't know, probably the Ironbound Warbringer. It was fun doing the Mirage Archer stacking. I thought that was a cool tech. But 2 of the 4 builds I've played are builds I played in previous leagues, so... Of other people's builds, I'm not sure. I saw some, like, frog quiver build that looked hilarious yesterday. That was fun. It's weird because I don't have an issue with that polar. Like, to me, it's not like, to me, I always do Sanctum for my, always do it, like, for every single time for my Ascendancies. Because I like doing Sanctum. But when I look at PoE 1, like, the way you ascend in that game is there's only one way you ascend. It's through trial, or it's through a lab. So, like, when I look at it through that lens, like, the fact that you have 2 options in PoE 2 makes it, like, already, you know, more diverse than, you know. I do think, I'm not saying that's not a reason not to get Tota, but, you know, having 2 is already, you know, super nice, you know. You get even more minions? Hell yeah. No mana! It would be nice to have a 4th option, though, as well, you know. The more ways to get people to ascend, the better.
The Order have been hard at work.
This is weird. I don't know. I've never had an issue. Like, I know a lot of people are very vocal about ascending in this game, in both Sanctum and Ultimatum. I have never had an issue with ascending in this game. I've always much preferred ascending in this game as opposed to labs in PoE 1. And like I'm not saying that we shouldn't get more ways to ascend, or Sanctum or Ultimatum shouldn't be upgraded, but there is a very vocal part of the community that very much hates how you ascend in this game, and just straight up struggles with how you ascend in this game. Like, Ascendancy carries are massive in this game. But I've just that's never been my perspective for whatever reason. I'm always doing like my Ascendancies as early as I possibly can. You know, I've always enjoyed doing them. The only one I don't enjoy doing right now is your 4th Ascendancy via Ultimatum, because it requires you to get 3 fragments versus getting your 4th Ascendancy from Sanctum, where you just get a level 75 Jinbaria, and all you gotta do is go kill Zarok. Though, for some people, killing Zarok's a lot harder than killing Trial Master, so, it's like, I don't know. I've never had issues with either, but since the start of this game, there has been a very vocal part of the community, and I'm not even willing, I don't even think they're a minor part of the community. There's a lot of people that really do not like either Ascendancy trial, so. Ulti is 2 RNG. I mean, Ultimatum's kind of RNG, but it's like easy RNG. I honestly feel like Sanctum is worse RNG if you don't have a good relic set up for it. But yeah, Sanctum is pretty long, but I don't know, I kind of like that. Like, I feel like, you know, your 4th Ascendancy should be, like, you know, a battle like that, but I do agree with that. I don't know, like, my issue with both of them is the punishing aspects of it. Both of those are, like, what I have issues with. It's like, why am I constantly having to choose something that's fucking me in the ass? That just doesn't make sense to me. Just make the content challenging, and let me pick boons, but why am I constantly, like... You can get both in Sanctum, if you get Unlucky Pathing, you can get both 40% less damage for you and your minions on top of Enfeeble, and you just do no damage then. It's like, oh, well, unless your build was already one-shotting everything to a, like, you know, extreme extent, like, how is that, that shit's just stupid to me. So I get why a lot of, like, players get frustrated with it, but if I'm comparing it to PoE 1, I prefer... I mean, I just like Sanctum, though, so I'm biased. I don't like Labs. I like Sanctum. I agree, though, Wrecked, that Sanctum is way scarier for new players than Ultimatum. Like, there's, like... Because new players don't understand how honor resistance works. They don't understand how many attacks are avoidable. You know, they have to learn all the patterns for each enemy type, like... Sanctum is exponentially harder than Ultimatum from a brand new player's perspective. But Ultimatum's also just fucking stupid because... Oops. Am I dead? No, we made it. Because there's just, like, really dumb options from Ultimatum. Like, Ultimatum, in my opinion, is more like run ending than Sanctum. Sanctum's just scary because it's long. And if you make too many mistakes, you're bound to lose all your honor. But Ultimatum is just, like, some of the downsides are fucking stupid. Like, I've taken the Petrify statues once. Because it is the most obnoxious fucking thing in this game. Like, there's some of those hazards that are just really obnoxious. It's not even like they're difficult to deal with. Like, the one where when the enemies die and their, like, corpses release a lightning ball that chases you. What happens when you get the little pads that are spawning, like, 8 guys at a time that you're constantly killing? Like, Chaos is freaking stupid unfun. I like Sanctum a lot, though. Imagine Torek playing League of Elder. It's pretty funny, Mike. It's honestly pretty funny that this is the Elder League. Like, it's pretty funny. I like Sanctum and absolutely hate Chaos Temple, not gonna lie. I used to like Temple of Chaos, but in 0.2, it used to be a really good farm in 0.1. But in 0.2, they added a bunch of loot to the table of Ultimatum. They added a bunch of really shitty soul cores, and they added really bad loot to Trial Master's loot table. So most of the time you do an Ultimatum run, you don't get good loot. And then in order to farm Trial Master, which you do want to farm for Adorned, you need 3 fragments. So you can do, if you're self-farming the runs, you do 1 Trial Master run every 3 runs versus Sanctum, which if you've got a fast Sanctum build, you can do Sanctum in 15 minutes. You can do 4 Zarks in an hour. Self-farm. And you can truly self-farm it if you get Relic Drop Chance, if you're farming it against the Darkness as well. So, like, Sanctum is just, like, a much more well-oiled machine in terms of how you farm it versus Ultimatum, where it's, like, it's not hard to farm, it's just... I mean, Thorns is really good at Ultimatum, so... But I also have legitimate criticism. I mean, I like them all, too. Thorn build is fun to play. It depends on what you're looking for. Some people like them, some people don't. Some people like them, some people don't. There are multiple variations now, though, so... I'm sure there's a Thorn style out there for everybody at this point, now that they've added Dreadfist Thorns and prize-paying Thorns. Okay, Nagaku. Oh yeah, I mean, the bugs in Sanctum where the rare stop spawning, or in Ultimatum, or in Chaos, like, all the bugs just make it way worse. But yeah, I like them both. Agreed as well, Alaska. Agreed. But I guess that's part of why Adorned is, A, gated behind Trial Master. He's hard to fully self-farm. It requires you to buy fragments. So... And then you can't just, like, boss rush him, you know? So I get why they put, Adorned behind Trial Master specifically. FYI with Mageblood, the Bulletstorm is back on the menu. How does Mageblood fix Bulletstorm? Bulletstorm broke because of Nova projectiles nerfs. Mageblood doesn't give anything that simulates Bulletstorm. The best thing you can get from Mageblood for Bulletstorm would just be like triple Quicksilver, but which is nice. That'll make you go fast as fuck. But what killed Bulletstorm was the nerf to Nova projectiles and not being able to put that inside of armor piercing rounds. Nova's still there for frag rounds. I didn't like Nova projectiles frag rounds. Personally, it didn't feel the same to me. It might feel like semi-similar, but I remember trying Nova Proj frags rounds, and I mean, maybe it works, you know? Maybe my next build is a fragmentation rounds, Nova projectiles, Witch Hunter. I'm like 99% sure my next build's a Witch Hunter Coaling Strike build, but it could be a Gemling build instead. Hey, Wanting Panda, thanks for the tier 1 sub, man. I appreciate you. How's your weekend going? Gotcha, Clock. You know, maybe After a few days of playing this character, a week or so, we'll try and revive the Bulletstorm Witch Hunter. Hell yeah, Panda. Good to hear it, man. You've been thinking about making a Culling Strike build for ages, just haven't done it? It's potentially my favorite archetype. I know that might be blasphemous to some people who are the Thorns mains, but I don't think Thorns is my favorite archetype. Where am I lost? It's not this way, is it? I'll check this corner right here. Oh. Is it this way? Nope. Is it up here? Will they buff Culling Strike this patch with the threshold change too? Okay, they need to fix this layout. I don't know what they changed there, but that was ass. Does a Culling Strike build ever use that unique basic Cold on freeze? I've never done that with my Cold builds, no. Can send you a vid with the showcase if you're like, nah. I would prefer not to be spoiled. Per usual, I like to carve my own path. If I get shown what people are doing, I'm just going to default to what they do, and I won't try and discover my own way, you know? You've already done enough, Clock. You've already done enough. Hey, what's up, Salty Dog? Thank you. How's your weekend going?
They don't understand. You don't belong here. This is a Karui matter.
What have you done with Makoto?
As we speak, the ancestors heal her. Enough!
I really like water. I like to drink water.
Settle this with blood.
Water is really good at hydrating you when you're thirsty. I highly recommend to anybody out there who gets really just dehydrated when they're playing video games, especially when they're playing intense gameplay like this, to consistently hydrate themselves. Consistently hydrate yourself. Drink that water, boys. Can we full AFK Tabaki? Would you hit me for Thorns? I'm trying to kill you full AFK, dumbo. Oh, am I gonna die? I wasn't trying to say that in a bad way, Caulk. It's just, you know. You did good by telling me to go try something like that out. It's just if I watch a video, you know. It spoils too much. I don't know if we can full AFK him. His attack pattern is weird. Hey, Crown, wasn't the crown supposed to be nerfed? What do you mean? Yo, Cal, I just dropped Mageblood and SSF. What would be good modifiers for my two-hand Titan War? Any suggestions? I'm in shock. LOL. Well, first of all, grats, my man. I have no idea. It, like, you know, Mageblood has, like, so much value to it. You know, you could go for multiple bismuths to make your resistances easier. You can, if you're playing a crit build, you can get the crit. If you're playing an armor build, you can get the armor. You know, if you just want giga move speed, you go for move speed. There is a, you know, a lot of good with Mageblood, so it really just depends on the style of build you're playing. Alright, we are in interludes, boys. We are level 53.
How can I be of aid? At this time of year, I know where to find the Ardura Akara. Let us.
I mean, that one's not ideal. Like, you want to get one with at least 2 or 3 of the same one because of the way the buff works. But, I mean, you know, any Mageblood is good, right? You know. If you're playing an armor build, getting flat armor is fucking insane, right? So, you, like, if you're playing an armor build and you want to become unkillable, getting multiple armors, right? Like, if you're lacking chaos res, move speed, you were playing armor, and you want some rarity, that's a good belt for your build. You know, it's hard to have a bad Mageblood. So, you just gotta find one that fits your build perfectly and go with it from there. You know what I mean? I don't think this is the boss I can full AFK. But we'll try. Almost. Almost enough to full AFK this boss, but not quite. If we had Defiance of Destiny on, we would have been able to full AFK that, or just better gear. That's a tough fight to full AFK because of the ground effects, though. Can you run this build on first playthrough, or do you need to invest some currency? You can league start Thorns, but you're not playing, like, it doesn't look like this, you know? It's a little bit, it's like, less I'm playing Twink Thorns right now, so this is what, like, Thorns looks like when you've put, you know, good gear into it. But you can league start Thorns, for sure. I've league started it many times. Good lord, I love me some PoE too. Same. This game is too good. Love changes to crafting even though they were called nerfs. I feel like I have more control and luck this league trying to make my own gear. Loving flux items and the 2 mod rare items that drop ID'd. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff this patch for sure. I'm very excited to, like, play solo self-found at some point. Oh no. I'm not much of a crafter, though. I'm a trade Andy. And, like, most of my builds are heavy on uniques. Like, this build might have 0 rare items in it. It might have a unique in every slot except for jewels. So, that just shows you the kind of builds I make, you know? Give me that max life. I should be missing 8. Yeah, I'm missing 8. Hell yes. Hell yes, Salty Dog. If you haven't seen it, I do a weekly PoE 2 podcast with Miso Shiro and Dead Rabbit. You can see more of my stash there every week. I'm a pretty inconsistent streamer. I've been streaming a lot more lately, but the time of day I stream is always random as fuck. But, I do the podcasts every week, usually at the same time. Ooh, Expedition. Nothing good. I mean, that's never going to be what the reality, Wrecked Boo. Every single patch, every single league, they add a new league mechanic. There is massive, major mechanical mapping and gameplay changes that are added every single patch. That is the core of leagues for them. The league has to come with some mechanic that is in every single map, that is in every campaign zone, that is new, and it almost always adds player power, whether that's via crafting, whether that's via new skills or new items or whatever. That will, every single patch from here until forever will always add a league mechanic. That is like the one thing GGG, outside of patch 0.2, they have never not released a league that didn't have a league mechanic with it. Like, that's what patches are to them, is a league mechanic. So, there's definitely, like, something big and new coming in 1.0. And Jonathan and Mark have specifically said 1.0 is going to be bigger than 0.5. So, we already know it's going to be massive. It's not going to just be campaign and a new weapon. It's going to have a lot. If it's bigger than this patch, it's going to be thick. And that's with, like, 4 C's. With, like, an accented I. Thick. Like, you know, it's going to be a big-ass patch. Wasn't 0.2 technically Wisp? No. GGG specifically said themselves they did not consider Wisp a league mechanic. Wisp were just a mechanic that was added to the game. If you want to consider them at a league mechanic, you could, but GGG specifically did not consider it themselves a league mechanic. Would you hit me, fool? Oh, there's no way they're ever consolidating. This game is going to get bigger and bigger every patch. If you look at what PoE 1 has that PoE 2 is missing, there is still like double the game that they're going to be added. And like we know they're going to be adding the PoE 1 mechanics. We know they're adding more crafting. We know they're adding more jewels. The game is far from the point where they're going to start consolidating, but GGG isn't the company type of company that consolidates. Like maybe every once in a while, like they'll prune the runes or something, but we are nowhere near that. We are nowhere near that. We're missing Harvest. We're missing Blight. We're missing Toad. Like we're missing. I can probably like Beasts. There's like a billion mechanics from PoE 1 we're still missing. So many crafting things, so many jewels. Like, the game is probably not even like 50% to where it will be whenever they're done adding PoE 1 stuff. And GGG's design philosophy is not ever to, like, remove content. They will never remove or delete stuff from the game, because if that something is something that someone exclusively only plays and then you prune or consolidate or rework it, that person no longer plays. So they never have the design mentality of, we're going to not add. You know, they just only add. It'll be a long, like, I don't think, like, even if, like, 2.0, 3.0, you know, every patch is going to be very, Now, to be clear, like, this patch and the next patch, they're probably some of the biggest patches this game will ever get. You should not be expecting patches of this magnitude all the time, once we leave early access. But GGG is never a company that's like, you know, this league we're going to be cutting back on stuff and not adding much, just rebalancing. Like, that's not what they do. Every patch, GGG's like trying to, like, break the internet with the craziest shit ever. Some league stuff does not go to the base game, though. Well, that's because they have this mentality that I'm talking about, where they're like, they take just insane swings. They'll try crazy stuff. They'll, like, you know, and sometimes it doesn't work, right? Like, look at Mercenary League. Mercenaries did not work. They did not go core. For many reasons, in my opinion. They would have been destructive to the game if they went core. But I would rather them design stuff like that and take those risks than, you know... But GGG did not, like, I don't think GGG ever, like, designs a core league mechanic with it, like, at least not with PoE 2 right now. Every PoE 2 league mechanic has intent and purposes. Like, Mirage, obviously, they probably designed that with no intent of it going core. How does Mirage go core, right? Like, you really can't make that go core. But with PoE 2, there's no patch anytime soon that's not, like, I can't see how 1.0 can be bigger. I mean, that's what they said. That's what they said, not me. But adding Act 5, Act 6, Toda, multiple weapons, and a league mechanic, like, that's a pretty fucking big patch, you know? But I have no idea what they meant when they said that. But, like, GGG has the, interesting, like, GGG, like, uses these two games to test stuff for the other game now, so, you know, we're getting this mini Toda league coming to PoE 1, that could be them testing the grounds for, you know, Toda and PoE 2, the Toda changes that they're bringing here, right, like, so... I think you're underestimating the amount of content that gets added when you add Acts 5 and 6. Acts 5 and 6 comes with new Citadel bosses and new Pinnacle bosses. It comes with an array of map bosses and new map types. Like, also the next patch is iterating on the current endgame. It's not like they're just going to be sitting on their hands and not tweaking any of the current endgame. Like, I think it is, you know, I think it's, I agree with you. It sounds insane, but I think there is a chance that it is bigger, you know, when you take into account, like, Act 5, let's say Act 5 adds 7 to 10 new bosses. Those 7 to 10 new bosses are now in the end game. And then Act 6 adds 5 to 6 new bosses. Those new bosses are now in the end game. And then those new bosses, the end map bosses, end up being Citadel bosses. So, like, Tabakai is a lineage map boss. We have whoever the Countess lady is. We can assume she's going to be a boss, you know. In terms of, like, data, it could be bigger, you know. It could very easily be bigger. Then you take into account what new weapons add to the game. New weapons add so many skills and just items, you know. I have no idea about anything about the lore treach. All I know is I would be absurdly shocked if we got 1.0 and the game goes free to play and they did not have Act 5 and 6 ready. So I'm like absurdly confident we're getting both acts. There's no way we don't get both acts. The game's going free to play. Most people, I know we're all dorks that like to play early access games, but most people aren't. Most people don't like playing early access games, and a lot of people play games for the campaign. So when you tell them, oh, the campaign's not done, they don't understand, especially like when they're not ARPG degenerates like us, where the game we play for is the build craft, the end game loop, the farming of the items. A lot of people, what gets them into that is, I want to go check out this PoE 2 game and experience the campaign and its story because everyone says the game's good. They're not, like, they don't understand that the real game is beyond the campaign, right? So it's the campaign that sucks the people into this game, and if we're going 1.0 free to play, there's no way we don't get the end of the campaign. There's no way. I don't think... It is possible we get more acts down the line, for sure, but not for 1.0. I think the scope of PoE 2 is too big for them to, like... They need to finish their original scope before they can start doing shit like that. Like, I don't... As cool as that would be, and I would not put anything past GGG at this point. They're freaking nuts. But there's no way we get additional acts. I mean, again, you can't compare when PoE 1 got acts 6 through 10 to PoE 2's early access timeline suddenly shifting from acts 5 and 6 getting added to acts 5, 6, 7, and 8 getting added. When, like, that's... it's a very different development landscape. If we're talking post 1.0, when these teams are more stabilized and working on the two games, sure. But there's no way over the last, year of them struggling to develop both PoE 1 and PoE 2, they've had the development resources to start seeding, Act 7 and 8. If any company could do it, it's GGG. But that one's a little, that's a little tougher to do. I would also be upset, like, honestly, this might sound stupid, I would be upset if we got Act 7 and 8 when we're still missing Templar, Marauder, Duelist, and Shadow. Like, the priority would not be adding 7 and 8. It's like, finish the main campaign, get us our fucking classes, Get us all the weapons. And then 7 and 8, you know. But I need those classes out ASAP. Like, to me, melee weapons matter more than anything. I need those melee weapons. It's my go-to rant right now about the state of this game. Everything is finally in a better state. Everything is, like, no longer in early access to me, except for the state of melee and towers, basically. Isn't this guy supposed to be hard? Oh, I forgot to pick up the level 60 Jin Barya. That's fine. Alright. Act 2 interlude done. 2 more to go, boys. What? I will tell you'll tell. Alright, let's see what this does to my stats. I am really short on int if I want to use blasphemy still. I mean, I'm gonna need a lot of int for despair or enfeeble, so okay, that's almost enough int to run Enfeeble and, whatever it's called. Scavenge Plating at max level. I do need to level up my Enfeeble real quick before I forget. Probably on level 13 gem. I am. So let's level up Enfeeble. Okay. Yeah, we already know all classes and weapons aren't coming. And what GGG said in the Ziggy D interview made it seem like most classes aren't even close to ready. So, I would not be expecting more than one class personally. I think in the League reset coming up, or whatever the mini reset we're doing, the mini League thing event, I think we're going to get Arcane Archer and the last Druid Ascendancy. And then we'll probably get swords for 1.0. I do not think we'll get 2 weapons. I would love 2 weapons, but I am just going to be under the... I'm going to be on the more tame side this time around. Their scope is so big that for this patch, finishing the campaign and all this new stuff, that I just assume they won't have time for multiple classes. But we're getting swords for sure. I would have to go see. There's just so many dev interviews recently, but I forget which one it was. I'm pretty sure it was the Ziggy D one. The way they talked about, because like they were responding to the fact that they thought everyone thought that Swords was coming, and they said that he was like, when we have a new weapon coming, we're going to make it very obvious. We're going to be hyping it up long before, like they did with Druid and they did with Huntress. And that the amount of work that goes into making it a class, like, I used to be under the mentality that they probably had, like, all the classes, like, 70 or 80% done, and they just needed to go in and touch them up. But the way Jonathan talked in that interview was, when they need to make a class, it's all hands on deck. The entire company's working on the class. Balance, design, QA, animations, sounds, like, art, like, weapon, like, you know, for the UI, like, the whole team is gathering to work on this class, and it requires, like, the entire team's focus. So I don't think there's just 3 to 4 classes sitting there anymore that are just ready to be released or on the verge of being released. That's how he made me feel when he said that. I used to think that, like, because we've seen footage of all the Ascendancies from forever ago, that they had, like, the groundwork done for most of them, but that is not the case. A lot of the weapons are still missing a lot of uniques. They're missing, like, the animations, like, they need their whole QA team focused on, like, polishing it, like, doing as many builds as possible, finding as many bugs with it. If you were to introduce, you know, swords, axes, and flails in the same patch, like, that probably meant the entire team spent the entire 4 months before that only working on those things, and that's not what they do, right? They work on, like, league mechanics, other quality of life changes and stuff. Again, I used to be one that was like, oh yeah, I thought we were getting 2 weapons this patch. We got 0. But based off of how he talked in that interview, I no longer feel that way. I no longer feel that way. He just made it seem like, from his perspective, he thought it was stupid the community thought a weapon was coming, because from their optics, when the weapon's coming, they're gonna make it known. And yeah, if we ever get more than 1 weapon dropped at a time, that's a core class weapon. Like, let's say we got, like, Claws. That's like a pseudo class weapon that's not attached to Ascendancy. That's a little different, but like, Swords comes with Duelist, Marauder comes with Axes, Templar comes with Flails. There's a lot of balance that goes into that, because it's not just the weapons, but it's also the skills and the Ascendancy, so... Also, look how many times, like, Druid was a special head case because of all the animations for it, but, like, Druid got delayed, was supposed to be out in 0.2, and it got delayed 3 different patches. So... if we're talking specifically the Ascendancies that come with a class archetype, Marauders, Duelists, that type of thing, I don't think it's likely you would get 2 at once. I just don't. Just because, like, you have to have the audio files ready, like, that's just a, you know. Did I not click them all? I'm yapping too hard. I didn't click this one, and I probably missed one down there. What do you think about the Thorn Ring? I mean, it's a thing. It is a thing. You could definitely make a build with it if you wanted to. I think I'm still missing one. Yeah, I'm still missing one. Which one am I missing?
I'm not ready yet.
Level 56. I think I get new belt at 59, and then everything else is 65. Yeah. So new belt in 3 levels, and then 9 levels for everything else. And then 84 is my next big upgrades. We'll be playing Quarterstaff probably. We might swap the Spear and Shield if things get hard in Endgame for the initial levels. But I'm trying to get to the tuning fork setup as fast as possible. So the hope is to be playing fork today, if I can get the levels for it. I think I need 84 for tuning fork. Yeah, 84 for my tuning fork. And this, so we'll swap to those at 84. I unfortunately probably won't have double blink by then. I really want double blink, but yeah. I don't know if Moriors will be in the build forever. It's just a temp solution for now. I'm not sure what amulet we're going to be using. I kind of want to try and get a good Carnage Heart. But Defiance of Destiny is so good, too. Hey, what up, Herm? Belt is going to be Mageblood. We will be getting a Mageblood for this build. We'll be getting a new Mageblood, and then using the Mageblood on my Coaling Strike character. But thanks to Clock, I will be revisiting next. Oh. We might swap off Matsuya at some point, but it just depends on if we're, like, struggling. I don't think we'll struggle, though. I just don't know how we're going to level. Like, do I go do Rituals or do I go do Breach? I am not sure. Be right back real quick. Okay, I'm back. Do you ever get tired of us bugging you to do Thorns? Haha. Yes. Yes. I do not have the fixation. Okay. It's definitely self-inflicted, because there was a while there that I was just printing through Thorns videos every league, because it was a really fun archetype to explore, but it's definitely not like my favorite archetype. Also, how's it going, Iron? How you doing? It's definitely not my favorite archetype. I do more Thorns build, not Thorns builds than Thorns builds, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's the expectation, like, you know how Gazi's the minion guy, so you expect Gazi to minion every league, I think, or every build, like always. But people have that expectation with me with Thorns, and this is my 5th character of the league before I played a Thorns character. So, like, it just feels bad because, like, there are a lot of people who are really passionate about Thorns, and they want to, like, play it, and they, like, want to come to me for information. And it's like, so I feel bad sometimes, because, like, sometimes I just, like, when you get the Thorns question the 50th time, you know, you just get annoyed at answering it. Especially when it's, like, we're talking about, like, Prize Pain and Dreadfist Thorns. I have been very vocal in the past about not wanting those style of Thorns items to be added to this game. I have always hated a lot of Thorns builds from other ARPGs, like Diablo 3 Thorns. It works like Dreadfist and Prize Pain Thorns, where you don't have to take damage to deal damage. And I don't like that. That's not what I want. That's just an attack build to me. And when I look at, like, the steps you have to take to make that a build, it's very boring and simplistic. Like, it's not like a tough puzzle to solve. Versus Reflect Thorns, where you're having to use these bad uniques and stuff, like, that's a, like, to me, Prize Pain and Dreadfist Thorns are just attack builds. They're like Spearfield builds. They're not like, they're not bad builds, and they're not unfun, but they're not what I'm looking for from a build, from both a playstyle perspective, because to me it's just an attack build. if I'm going to play an attack build, I'd rather do, like, Culling Strike attack or something, right? Like, to me, they're just scaling an attack build with Thorns damage, which, functionally, it plays just like an attack build. And it doesn't have any Reflect in it. And there's, like, a lot of people that, like, join the stream, and they're like, look at this Dreadfist build, look at this Prize Pain build. And after, like, the 100th time, when I'm like, I'm not interested in them, it comes off as very dismissive and assholey, but it's just like, there's only so many times I can explain why I don't like Prize Pain or Dreadfist builds in an in-depth way. Where it's like, I don't like the, like, to me, like, again, the Reflect playstyle has a lot of puzzles you have to solve. It's a style where you have to take damage to deal damage, so you not only have to scale your defenses, but you have to scale your damage to kill stuff faster than it kills you. It's a very difficult puzzle to build around. That's, to me, that's what made Thorns more fun than anything else. It was like, oh, look at this archetype. It's really shit. How can we make it good? And now at this point, Thorns is, like, not bad. It's like, on average, it's good. So it's very easy to pull off, which made it a little less appealing to me. But then now they're introducing stuff that I've been very vocal about before this patch that I was hoping they wouldn't go the direction with. I have always liked the Reflect style, and I think they set it up well in PoE 2 with Barbs and Burst. The way these skills work is they only activate, Barbs and Burst, only activate after you've taken damage. So you have to go out of your way to be hit, and then they have effect. And the way, and I like that because it's just like a little interesting dance. It's not like, it's just not an attack build. It's an attack build with a little weird spice to it. Versus Dreadfist and Prize Pain, where they make your attacks by default do Thorns damage. You never have to take damage at all. And when you're playing those builds efficiently, you don't wear Crown of the Pale King at all. You're never taking Reflect damage. So, like, it's just in multiple... And so at that point, it just ends up being you're wearing Prize Pains, and then you're just wearing juiced attack gear in every other slot, or you're wearing Dreadfist, and you're wearing juiced attack gear in every other slot. So from, like, a build craft perspective, it ends up being very simplistic from my perspective. It just becomes an attack build, and you scale that like every other attack build with, like, high-quality rares, yada, yada, yada. Or you use... like, and then you're just not taking Reflect damage. It just becomes a very different playstyle and a very different build. And from multiple facets, it's not what I'm looking for from Thorns. I don't even necessarily like the Reflect playstyle. I think it can get very boring very quick. I like to be active with my gameplay. You know, I like to be able to, like, influence how I'm doing. It's fun for, like, you know, casual gameplay. It's fun for, like, certain farms and stuff. But as my main gameplay... I cannot league start this, and this, what I'm doing right here, I cannot have this be the main way I play the game. This cannot be the main way I play the game. So from, like, that perspective, it can never be my #1 go-to build. Now, obviously, you don't have to play it like pure Reflect, right? That's why Barbs and Burst comes in, where you do stuff like this. You influence your damage a little bit, but, yeah, I don't know. It's just, I like Thorns a lot, and I will probably play a Thorns build every league, but I don't think I'm, like... I know I'm the Thorns guy, but I don't, like... It's not that I don't want to be the Thorns guy, it's I don't consider myself the Thorns guy, because I think I do way more not Thorns builds than Thorns builds at this point. And like... It's weird from the build maker perspective. There are people out there who genuinely, like, they just can't navigate buildcraft. They don't know how to play the... that's not what they're looking to do, and that's not what they want to do. They just want to play the game, follow a guide, and have fun. And I always feel bad when there's those people who are very, like, I love this playstyle. I wish you were league starting it. And I have to choose between my own personal enjoyment or, like, my community and, like, guiding them. And that's really tough. It's, like, something I'm constantly struggling with. Like, so many people want me to league start supporting Fire. So many people want me to league start Thorns. And I don't know. I like doing new stuff right now. You know? And that's, like, and when 1.0 comes out, new swords, new stuff, like, you know... Maybe I league start Thorns on 1.0, but maybe not, you know? Who knows what new shit we're getting? Maybe I'm league starting Culling Strike, you know? I really like Culling Strike as an archetype. So it's just tough, you know. I don't mind the Thorns questions, but, like, I feel bad because I don't know how to, like... You guys notice it. It's, like, literally, like, multiple times per hour when I'm streaming. It is just, hey, dude, have you seen Prize Pain? What are your thoughts on it? Have you seen Malthul's Dreadthil build? What are your thoughts on it? And after the 50th time, I just come off as dismissive and assholey when it's just, like... You know, I'm just tired of answering it over and over. I missed the armor-piercing rounds, Nova projectile build. Well, Joel, it is possible that we will be trying a similar style of build next. My good buddy Clock sent me some inspiration. And it's a style I tried before with Culling Strike, but... there are A, a bunch of new tools that I can potentially play with. B, Culling Strike got buffed. And then C, Mageblood movement speed helps out a lot of what was nerfed about the build. It won't be exactly the same. I think that build will never exist how it existed. But I think you could, I think we can maybe bring it back in a sense. But we'll see. It'll be my next build after the Thorns character. After this character, we will level a Culling Strike Witch Hunter. Level 57, okay. I think this is 59. All right. Have you used Lightning Coil body armor before? Yes. Seems perfect for Thorns types builds. It has a lot of functionality issues with it that's like makes it not ideal. It is very unique dependent and it's a fine build. I've played it before. I don't have any build guides I've done on my channel for it because I never made a full video for it. I just played it on stream for a few days. But Zeph, one of the Thorns mods, he played the build, and they have a video on their channel. So you go check out Zeph's build, you can see basically the Lightning Coil build, but it was like a self-damage, Scold's Brittle, with Frost Walls. So like the way Lightning Coil works is it chains. So you like do the self-damage to yourself, it's self-lightning damage, it procs the Lightning Coil, and then it goes out, and then you have the Frost Walls down on a boss, and that makes the Lightning Coil chain between the boss and the Frost Walls. So it was really fun to like one-shot bosses, but it was a very glass cannon-y setup, is the best way I can phrase it. It is a cool build. Lightning Coil body armor is super awesome. I've used it for many builds, both defensively and for reflect styles. It does not fit into a Thorns build, but you can do a Lightning Coil build, specifically. I don't think there is ever going to be a build that hits like that ever again, Joel. Like, I'm going to do my best this patch. Like, my next build will be a Culling Strike Witch Hunter. We're going to try our best to make the Culling Strike Nova projectiles or something like that work with the build. I do not think we will ever experience a build like that again. That build was... It was, like, perfect for all of the tools we had that patch. But we'll see. Maybe. Clock said he was going to send me some footage. I declined to see footage because if I get to see it in person on stream for the first time, that's like always more enjoyable. And I get to, like, you know, figure out stuff for myself. But Clock, I trust Clock. So we're going to be playing this character for a few days. We're going to farm a Mageblood for this character. And then once we're done with it, we will play the Culling Strike character. And try to bring it back. Who knows? Maybe it will be revived. Alright, I need an AFK like 2 minutes. Alright, be right back, guys. Sorry about that. I am back. Hey, what's up, Spectre? Is there a way to get a Smith as good as Thorn character as Warbringer? Yeah, for sure. Smith and Warbringer are comparable. Warbringer's not very good. I would say Warbringer's like B tier for Thorns. The only reason like Warbringer is popular is because it's noob friendly. What's good about Warbringer is it's 75% block, so when you're bad at the game and you're blocking stuff more frequently, makes you tankier. And then the automated armor break makes it very easy to scale Thorns' damage, and very easy for somebody who's new to the game to approach a lot of the friction of Thorns. If you can handle the friction of Thorns, which I know you can, Spectre, you're a good player. Warbringer is one of the worst ascendancies for Thorns. I would put Smith, Titan, Martial Artist, Ritualist, Shaman, and maybe even Oracle above Warbringer. Witch Hunter, probably comparable to Warbringer. Gemling. But if you're playing Thorns, in my opinion, you are playing... So I can't say no to Martial Artist yet. Martial Artist does look like... Ignoring Dreadfist Thorns. I'm talking... always keep in mind, when I'm talking about Thorns, I'm specifically talking about the Reflect playstyle. I do think Martial Artist does have a lot of potential for the Reflect playstyle. You get 5 extra runes alone. But I don't think it'll be comparable to Titan or Shaman. I haven't played it yet, though, so I can't know for sure. Martial Artist is a good contender for one of the better Thorns builds, but nothing as good as Shaman. Nothing is as good as Shaman. If you want to play the best Thorns Ascendancy, Shaman is S+ tier, and Titan is maybe S- tier, but probably A+ in comparison. Shaman is so overwhelmingly perfect for Thorns that if you aren't playing Shaman on Thorns, it's because you are, like, actively choosing to play a worse Ascendancy for Thorns. Like, Shaman and Thorns are so perfect, and let me explain all the ways why. From the Ascendancy, there is very rarely an Ascendancy where all 4 nodes are perfect for Thorns. Martial Artists, all 4 aren't perfect. Like, none of them. Titan, all 4 aren't perfect. Like, across all of the Ascendancies, none of them, all 8 points are perfect. For Shaman, you get 120 extra Spirit. Spirit is insane for Thorns builds. You can get also like add 1 or 2 charms, making this 80 or 40 extra Spirit. Either way, Sacred Flow is always amazing. Wisdom of the Magi. This with only this would make Shaman the best Thorns Ascendancy. Bonded runes for Thorns are crazy. It's % increased Thorns damage per rune of tithing, which just makes Thorns have damage that's not comparable to anyone else. Also, we have the new Emergent Instinct, which is a bonded rune for Thorns damage is lucky against broken armor. And its bonded effect is 30% increased Thorns damage. Just the bonded runes alone are giving you over 100% increased Thorns damage. Like, and then you add Adaptation, which is one of the better defensive layers in the game. So all 8 nodes are freaking awesome for Thorns. There's no Ascendancy out there where all 8s right now are perfect for Thorns. So, but just the bonded runes alone provide so much damage that there's almost no reason to play anything but Shaman Thorns if you're like trying to play a min-max version of Thorns. Like, that's just how it is. The bonded runes are very good. They're very freaking good. And then if you're playing what I'm playing, specifically, which is going to be Wand Thorns, where I'm playing Runeseeker's Call, it's going to be similar to my Adonia's Ego build. But with Wand Thorns, specifically Runeseeker, the bonded runes are even better. So... Also, did you try doing a Shaman Ward? Yeah, I did. Are you talking about, like, Iron Ward? Or, like, Ward the defensive layer? I have not done the defensive layer that much. The defensive layer, I've added it where I could on builds, but I have nowhere min-maxed it. I have nowhere min-maxed it. Shame the cooldown's a tad bit long, but hey, well, eventually it gets short to where you have 5 of them down at once, so just keep pathing for all the cooldown recovery nodes and get Archon of Undeath, and keep stacking cooldown recovery, and the cooldown no longer is long. But yes, supporting fire, the moment you get it, it is freaking stupid. Supporting fire is incredible. But yeah, that's why I say Shaman's like S+ tier, and then like Titan's like maybe S-. Like Titan's really good, but now that like a lot of endgame Thorns builds end up being like jewel stackers, it like makes hulking form a little less like appealing. It's like not bad, but like you really aren't using as many small passes as you used to back in the day of Titan builds, or the Titan Thorns builds. So I don't know, I would put like Titan A+, and then Shaman just like a full tier ahead, S+. Like, I don't see me ever not playing Shaman like, because I'm not like... yeah, like, because I'm gonna probably play with 1, maybe 2 Thorns builds a league, you can almost always assume one of them is going to be a Shaman. And if I only play 1 Thorns build a league, it's probably a Shaman build. But even then, I could see me doing, like, if I did 2 Thorns builds, I could see them both being Shamans, because there's so many different Thorn styles to play, but the bonded runes are so OP and enabling that... yeah. God damn it. Fucking Clock. Clock, are you still here? Using Apocalypse. Hey, what's up, Dad of Exile? Yeah, I mean, Apocalypse is pretty awesome. I've never played an Apocalypse build, but it looks freaking insane. Druid build, Shaman in general is just very good, so... Shaman in general is just very good. No mana! What's the best way to get experience right now, you guys? Like, if I wanted to get, like, 65 to 90, which league mechanic is, like, pumping the most experience? I don't think I have any Untainteds, and Untainteds kind of suck right now anyway, because you can't juice them. What farm should I be doing? Is it Breach? Will Breach get me levels the fastest? Is it Ritual? I feel like it's got to be Breach, right? I just do, like, Breach Fortresses, and I just stand there, and that's like going to be Brain off level 90 in a couple, like an hour or 2 tops, right? I just go straight to Breach Fortresses. And just get, like, XP tablets. I don't even think you need XP tablets. I just feel like there's, like... I feel like nothing's going to be better experience than Breach, right? I'm 5 levels under right now. That's not too bad. I would try to run 3 tablets and do at least 80% increased experience game. I've never done, like, XP juicing and mapping before. Usually when I want to level a character, I always have, like, 8 to 10 Untainted Paradises sitting there waiting for them. But this league, I'm, like, never finding Untainteds, and, like, they don't even feel like good experience half the time. Unless you're at, like, level 65. But Breach plus 3 XP tablets, though? I'm guessing. It'd either be Breach or Ritual, I'm guessing, for the best XP per hour. Because Ritual, you could get lots of mobs spawning in them. But I feel like Breach is just, like, way better. I feel like the Fortresses are really good experience, you know? Especially for Thorns, because, like... Well, I don't know if I can full AFK, actually. I don't know if Thorns can full AFK the Fortresses. I don't know if those are actually called the Fortresses. I don't remember what they're called. The ones where you have to defend Alba for 20+ waves. Whatever those are called. I don't know if I can just stand by her and she won't die. If I full AFK that as Thorns, will it be okay? We'll have to find out. If Breach doesn't feel good for Thorns, then we'll probably just do Ritual. Ritual is such good currency right now. It's so easy for Thorns. If I had... Well, I might need to get Chaos Rose, actually, before I can farm Ritual. You want to build that new Blood Mage Auto Bomber, but that build is at least 5k divs. There's been like 1,000 Auto Bombers posted over the last week, so like to the point that I've like stopped clicking on half of them because I just like it's just there's so many of them, so I have no idea which one you're talking about. But I'm starting to see like this is a 2 Divine Auto Bomber. If their auto bomber is using repulsion, that's why I've stopped clicking on them, because like a lot of them just like, look at how I'm using this skill to do the repulsion cheese. It's like, oh, look at how I'm using this skill to do Brutus brain cheese. It's like, oh, okay. It's cool. Not saying it's not cool, but you know, it's just the same build with a different flavor of milk. But I don't know what auto bomber you're talking about. But there are a lot of auto bombers popping up right now. At level 65, we get the Trample. I decided to go with Trample Toe instead of Palm of the Dreamer. I might regret that, but we'll see. I'm guessing most of the 5k divs in Temporalis. How much is Temporalis up to right now? Temporalis is the main item in that build? Gotcha. Temporalis builds do be expensive. They do be expensive. Is this my last interlude? Am I about to be in maps? Hell yeah. We're already almost in maps, boys. Thornin. Thornin. Trample Toe's Legacy Bowl, right? Yep. I mean, this Legacy of Trample Toe right here. Out of mana! The druid's out of mana is probably the funniest voice line in this game. What weapon will you upgrade to in maps? I'm probably going to keep using Matsya unless I run into a damage problem. I'm going to try and use Matsya until I can use the tuning fork. At level 84, we're swapping to the tuning fork, and hopefully I can ride Matsya until then. But if I have to swap to something, we'll either swap to a spear and shield and play the old traditional Thorns style that gets us a shield for extra Thorns damage. But hopefully I can just hold out until I get the wand. I highly agree with you. Wanderlust is definitely a slept-on rune. I would definitely slot it into like most of my builds if it wasn't a 200 divine item. So.
I'm not ready yet. How dare you? Not ready.
Would you proc Thorns? All right. We are in maps.
Didn't you hear me? Now that's a fight.
Can Lightning Thorns be socketed into the tuning fork? Nope. It cannot. It is a wand, and Lightning Thorns runes can only go into armor. Unfortunately. That would have been sick, though, huh? Would have been fucking insane. Where's my critical hit chance with Thorns right now? Oh, I'm already at 100%. That's fucking hilarious. We're gonna be able to shave like these points at some point. All right, to Orioth. Guys, we made it to Endgame. Guys, we did it. Would Darkness Enthroned be insane for Shaman Thorn with the Bonded Rune? You mean this Darkness Enthroned? And yeah, it's pretty good. It's just, right now, I need the resistances and physical thorns, so I'm going to be using this belt for now. And then at some point, like, yes, Darkness Enthroned is good, but Mageblood's probably better to itemize around, so Darkness Enthroned is good, but right now I need to get res cap. Right now, as you can see, even with this res belt, I am not in the best state for mapping. We have to get level 65 for Moriars, and then problem solve from there. But yeah, probably Darkness Enthroned for a more budget. It just depends, because rare belts are really good because they have so much flat physical thorns on them in general. So like Darkness Enthroned does have more thorns damage, but you know, even on the middle budget, rare belts are like arguably as good because they have like stats and stuff. That's just my old Darkness Enthroned. I didn't make a mistake. That's just the one that I've had this entire time. I'm not buying in a Darkness Enthroned for this build because I'm going to be using a Mageblood. I am not wasting any divines. And like I just said, I'm probably not even using the Darkness Enthroned. I am probably going to be using this rare belt until I get Mageblood with a double bismuth. I don't have a map. Do I have any maps? Yep, I do have a tuning fork ready. We just gotta get level 84. You just gotta get level 84. And then level 65 for the rest of this stuff. 65 is our last upgrade from this stuff. And then 84 from this stuff.
Asleep.
Wake up. Alright, how do I want to level? I got some breach stuff someplace over here. Requires Waystone 6 or higher. You guys think I can handle a Waystone 6 with negative res? Do they even have a Waystone 6? I don't. I have 3 5s though. Oh, you put me back over here, you fucker. Wait, I have to go to, or yeah, I have to do the quest. Nope.
What is it?
How can
Ugh, quit making me move back over here. Fortress time. Straight into maps. Level 59. Waystone 6. Negative res. Can we survive? 11 levels under level. This is super smart. Nope. We are not ready defensively. We need our Moriors before doing this content. And that is fine.
I'm not ready yet. No mana.
The mom's killing me right now. But it also probably would be dead if I didn't have it. Out of mana! There's no way we survive this. What's up, Protag?
I need more time for that?
Would you proc my Thorns, please? Thank you. Oh, I know. This is not a XP per hour thing. This is we're testing if the build can do content 11 levels higher above it with negative resistance thing. This is just... If you come to my stream looking for efficient gameplay, you are in the wrong place. We don't efficient here. We silly our ass off here. Who twisted your Thorns into playing this? Listen, I'm kind of tilted too because Clock inspired me to try a new build today. But I can't play it. Damn, so you can't like full AFK these? I was hoping I could full AFK these, but she is getting hit every once in a while. We don't have the survivability to full AFK them anyway. Not till Trampletoe. Maybe when we're level 65 with the Legacy of Trampletoe, we can full AFK this, but not right now. We need this cleave. Why what? What are you talking about, Rex? I already forgot what I said. I'm being honest, your builds might not be the best damage-wise. Hold on. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean? My builds are top damage. Every build I do is the more... Listen. I could be making miso builds. It could be worse, you know? You could be playing miso builds. Oh, I might die here. Or Aleph might die here. They sure give the game more flavor, but yeah, you know, that's why, you know, I min-max fun. I don't min-max. Am I dead here? I don't min-max anything but fun. I don't think Aleph's making it, guys. We didn't die, though. So there's that. Yeah.
I need more time for that.
No mana!
I need more time for that.
There we go, we died. Rip Aleph. We're not quite ready for 10 levels above us yet with negative res. We'll farm Waystone 1s though, and then whenever we're level 65 and we get our Warriors on, we'll be fine. We might need to swap our necklace or our ring for something with resistances at some point, but we just gotta get levels right now. I mean, if you get a 4 voices, like, that's a multi-mirror item. If you get one of those, like, you're set forever, you know? You are set forever. Okay. I mean, I probably want to, like, explore. Do I want to do, like, expedition exploring and try and, like, explore logbooks right now? Or do I want to do, like, lineage map exploration? Like, part of me wants to explore logbooks more, but maybe later. I think I just do, like, regular maps right now. Logbooks require tier 6 and tier 14? I see. Well, then we probably won't do logbooks then. We'll just go do... We'll look for Rockiatas. I know there's a couple I can path to still. Here, we'll go for this one. We'll just do baby tablet waystones until level 65, and then when I have the warriors on, we'll start doing like juice, like full mod tablets with XP on them, with like breach. So I should probably just put breach tablets in here for now. Have you gotten all the asset points? Yeah, I full cleared the Atlas forever ago. Would you like to make a gemling build? Any idea? I mean, sure. I thought about doing rapid fire at one point, but right now, I don't know. Gemling's not super high on my list of things I want to play. I don't know why. It just isn't. I'm sure I'll play one at some point. I have no idea what it'll be at this point. But next character's a witch hunter for sure. We've avoided my favorite for too long. Good luck, Alaskan. See if I can handle fully modded tier 1. Dude, the recovery rate might suck. Okay, let's get tablets. Reach. Yeah, every time I've done the very rares, they are gigabait. They are gigabait. Alright, let's see if we can handle a fully juiced tier 1 with 4 tablets. Might be too difficult with negative resistance, but also might get us, you know, 3 levels. We're not gonna delirium juice it though. The less recovery is fucking hurting. Or most of our defensive layer, or a lot of it is Leech right now. I feel like I'm starting to not like Mom currently, just because I'm not full idle. This is definitely a good experience. We should be able to get 90 tonight. Am I dead? Not a mana really bad. Need a leech. The reduced recovery rate on the map is really hurting, but the fact that I'm not dead is kind of impressive. Obviously, always with Thorns build, you avoid the reduced recovery maps when you're playing the Leech style, and now Leech is like... So I watched a Karn video today. I don't know if you guys have seen the Karn video of him talking about Leech, and like how it's like kind of buggy and not working right, but from the way he described it, I don't think it impacts my build, because like the way he described it is there's a 45 cap on how much you can leech, but for a lot of attack builds, that's impossible to reach. Am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead. For a lot of attack builds, that's impossible to reach because of the elemental damage conversion stuff. But my build's not going to have that issue. So it's possible that Leech is A-okay on this build. But I have to test it. I have not heard the greatest things about Leech. That's less clear recovery. Alright. Let's test a map that doesn't have less player recovery on it and see if this feels better. This one is a little bit scarier though in general. Once we have Warriors on, I think we'll be like A-okay. We just need to get Warriors on. Oh, I got enfeebled, darn. It also didn't help that last map I was getting like no armor break.
I need more time for that.
Ugh. I think I'm gonna take off Mind Over Matter, or put on Val Pact.
Time I turned over a new leaf.
I think I'm just gonna turn off Mom for now, though. Maybe both. Because I'm really not getting... Well, can I get the damage taken from mana before life nodes? I could start pathing towards those. So I'm like pseudo-mom, but right now I just don't have... I'm dying because like few of these deaths have been no mana and I can't force Leech via barbs. So let's get rid of the I mean, all of my deaths are because I have negative resistances, so that's the real problem here. But 2 more levels. 2 more levels, and then we can go from there. Really a level and a quarter. Wow, that hurt. No Mom definitely does hurt. Jesus, I can't handle no Mom then. Damn. Mom was such an important defensive layer. We're just not tanky enough right now with the current setup. What do I want to change? I mean, I just stopped doing juiced maps. I just stopped doing fucking Giga modded maps for max experience until we get more levels. That's the play. Because we only need a level and a half. Okay. You dropped a Rage Blood from a random ass tier 14 math boss? Hell yeah, dude. I want a random ass Mage Blood. I want a random ass Mage Blood too. Grizzle. Jade, Sapphire, Topaz, Bismuth, nice. Usually they're not worth anything. I mean, obviously they're uncorrupted. They're worth something just uncorrupted, right? But if it doesn't have at least 2 of the same one, it's usually no value. But it's usually you want 3 of the same one for it to have any real value. You need 3 of the same one with a good flask roll. Flask percentage. Or whatever, buff percentage. Nice, Dad. How much move speed did you hit? Alright, finish this map. This was a map I had already apparently attempted, so my tablets didn't work, so we got no breach on it, so we're just gonna clear it and get out of it.
Now, your soul will join my steeple of death. And your need time for that. The spirits yearn.
Hey, what's up, Arzon Kill? How you doing? SSF, by the way? Hell yeah, Dad. Hell yeah. Alright, I just need 1 1/4 level. We're almost to the good stuff. Will you update your Doomflesh guide for 0.5? Probably not. I replayed it, and the only thing that I changed was the gloves. It's like basically the exact same build. It's fun though. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, I might go and update the mobilytics, but I'm not gonna make no Hateforge needed. I would have to, like, I never bought a Hateforge to test the damage side by side, but I specifically was testing plus projectile skills, projectile speed gloves with the new marksman stuff, so I was just messing with like new gloves when I played it. Hateforge could be technically, like, Hateforge is definitely cheaper than those gloves. But you can get, like, maybe, like, Eternal Rage on an amulet, and then you use those kind of gloves. I only played it for a couple days, because I wanted to see how impactful the new upgraded base of Doomfletch felt. And it felt good, but, you know, I was expecting it to feel a lot better than it did. And I was farming Expedition with the build, and Expedition didn't feel the best. But yeah, it's still a very good build. But the only change that I made, I think I was running literally every single piece exactly the same, except for my gloves. And I honestly don't know if it was ultimately better. It might not have been. Definitely was, like, a lot more expensive, because good projectile skill gloves are, like, you know, lots of divs. Hey, no problem. It's a fun build. Very fun build. Yeah, later, man. Good luck. Almost 65, guys, and then we get a lot of good upgrades. Level 65 isn't just about Moriors. We're, like, you'll see. I'm hoping it feels pretty awesome. It won't feel insane until we get the tuning fork. We need level 84 for the tuning fork. But this upgrade's gonna be big. Boom. Okay, so what does this upgrade entail? One, we're getting Uhtred's Exodus into Scavenge Plating. So that put it to level 20. And it's only a level 14 base. So when it's a level 21 base, you know, it's going to be a high-level Scavenge Plating, lots of Thorns damage. Next up, putting on Moriors. Moriors gets our resistances a lot better. Still not perfect, but we're no longer in negative resistances. It also gives us more maximum life, so we went from like 1,500 to 1,600 to 1,900. 300 more life there. And then we have reduced damage taken from crits, so it's a nice defensive layer. What's also big about it is the Emergent Instinct in it. It's got one extra jewel slot, or a socket in it. And this one has the Emergent Instinct, which means my Thorns damage is lucky against targets with fully broken armor. So in terms of boss damage, this just made my build do, like, infinitely more boss damage. So boss damage is about to be crazy. But the best thing about this build, what we're about to add on, is Legacy of Trampletoe, which... the global physical damage is whatever, it's okay, it helps our Thorns damage, but the best thing about it is the overkill damage. So, Thorns usually struggles with AoE. This should help with our AoE. Alright.
I'm not ready yet.
And it's based off of overkill damage, so right now, it's not gonna, like, guarantee cleave everything dead. But it is doing some good cleaves. Wait till my damage is better. When I have the tuning fork. Then the overkill is going to be enough to where basically everything's dying to the Trampletoe. This already feels infinitely better for clear, though. Even without, like, the extra damage. For someone that doesn't want to be known for it, you're making it a bit hard on yourself with this build? Listen, dude. This is my 5th build of the league. How far do I have to distance myself? I took 5 builds. 5 builds for me to play Thorns, alright? Took 5. I know you're memeing, though, but yeah, I agree. I just have to stay away forever. Cold turkey. Full cold turkey Thorns. Where's the boss? I want to slap the boss's cheeks. And try this lucky Thorns damage. Like right now, the overkill's not doing enough to like one-shot rares. It's only 10% of overkill damage. But just wait till I have the tuning fork. And just like more jewels, more damage on the tree, more crit damage bonus. Soon our overkill damage is going to be giga. Alright. I do kind of want to fix resistances if I want to push 14s as fast as possible. So that it's either replace Defiance of Destiny and get an amulet with like better stats and resistances on it, can still get some max life on it, or I replace Grip of Kulamek. What does it do to my crit hit chance when I take this off? So we're on the 91%. So the Grip of Kulamek, this version of Grip of Kulamek might be replaceable. It's not the best for this build. It was just a decent leveling one because it gave a bunch of crit. So maybe we replace the Grip of Kulamek, but I don't have a good ring right now for the Kalandra's Touch. So it's like, maybe I just keep this grip, replace the Kalandra's Touch with a resistance ring. I'm still at 100% crit chance without the Kalandras, with just the grip on. So maybe I just find one ring that's got like triple res max life on it. And I just run that through to level 84. Let's see. Ring. Cold. Fire. Lightning can be pseudo. 50, 50, 40, 30. Just see if there's any rings of these. Okay, so there's plenty of rings of this. Alright, let's get one with maximum life. And then let's get that as high as we can. Okay, let's not sort by price. Or by count. We'll just get like a cheap one divine ring. This one's 2 divines. One thing I don't have is Chaos Res, but I can solve that later. We don't need Chaos Res for levels. I'll spend 2 divines for this ring. This ring will carry me till level 84. With this ring and everything I have on, I should be like virtually res cap. And like, you don't need res cap pre-tier 15 maps, depending on your build.
I guess it's worth it.
I've got like 2100 life with all these defensive layers. I'm a little under cold res cap, which isn't ideal, but I think this is more than enough to get me to tier 15s and level 90. So let's stash the Kalandras for now. Stash the Briar Patch. Dump all this crap. Oh, one thing I'm missing is adaptations still. That's a big... Oops, I didn't mean to dump that jewel. So let's go get... You know what? I'm going to wait till I do my level... I'm going to do both my 3rd and 4th Ascendancy at the same time. So we're going to wait till like level 75, and then we'll do a level 75 Jin. The changes to the Abyssal Ring was nice. I think the changes to like Abyss in general and like farming the Grip of Kulamex, like with the ancient currency, I think it was all awesome in my opinion. It was all awesome. It was just Alkit. Alright, let's see if we can handle a tier 6 right now. I think we'll be fine. Let's find a... Here. Oh, apparently I failed that map earlier. Apparently I failed both of these maps. Just wait though, Erden. Just wait until I have the tuning fork. Look at this thing. Look what the bonded rune is. First of all, just this wand alone is giving me gain 180% of damage as extra fire. That's fucking crazy. But then it's also giving me 180% increased ignite magnitude. So the ignites I end up doing from Thorns are going to be slapping too. Then you add Sacred Flame, which gives me more gain damage, gives me fire resistance, so I can resistance cap easier, and then Spirit on top of it. It's just crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Just you wait. Just you wait, Erd. Just you wait, man. Just you wait. Oh, they're armored, so it's hard for me to break their armor for scavenge plating. That's funny. That's considerably noticeably harder to get scavenge plating stacks too. And they are a lot of damage, so we want them. Leech feels significantly worse, though. I will say. One thing I'm worried about is, will our defenses be good enough to full AFK this patch? I'm not sure on that one. I mean, we're gaining hella levels. We've already gained 2 levels from this map, and we're just started it. If I don't die right here. I don't think I have the Leech for this. Ugh. The Leech is so rough. Yeah, I knew spamming Breach would be giga experience. I really just like the Leech changes, same. They didn't even, like, stop cast on crit from being broken. They were trying to nerf the cast on crit blood mage builds, and those are still fucking stupid. We're still seeing all the cast on builds. Nothing changed. Oh yeah, no. The fact that I turned off that node. Like, I've had way too many, like, Pinnacle and Lineage bosses get a replenishment shrine, and they're unkillable for my build. Like, I've just turned off that node. I just turned it off. Until they remove replenishment shrine or rebalance the tuning on it. Because, like, depending on their life, if the boss has 8 million life, it's regenning 800,000 life per second. Like, unless you're playing a Giga build, you're fucked. So, I play bum builds. How do you turn them off? It's one of the Atlas passes in the main tree. Just search Shrine on the Atlas passive tree. It's in the top left. It's one of the multi-choice nodes. Just turn it off. That's what I'm doing. Unless you got a build that's, like, never gonna accidentally run into it. Yeah, the other one makes it to where, like, shrine buffs have a chance to replenish when you enter a boss fight. Which is whatever, but it's better than bosses getting bricked, you know? Yeah, I mean, there's ways you can solve it, for sure, with, like, something like Punctured Lung. But that's, like, it's not something that, like, needs to be solved via something like that, in my opinion. I mean, in my opinion, it's just clearly overtuned. A boss with 10 million life should not be regenerating for 800,000 life per second. Like, that's just, like, a tuning fix. And that just gets, like... You should be able to out-damage it, in my opinion, for a lot of builds. But maybe I'm wrong there. But yes, there are ways you can, like, solve it depending on your build. But I just in general think it is a little overtuned. It shouldn't be on giga juiced bosses regenning for so much, because I don't think the formula is calculating for, like, you know, bosses that are, like, scaled by modifiers and whatnot. Ooh, I can't believe I ate all that and didn't die. We're tanky. We've gotten 5 levels from this map. Not bad. And a couple Divine Orbs from this map. We winning, yeah, we winning. We winning, yeah, we winning. Nice. I mean, that was easy 5 levels from that map. Okay, so we've gotten this crit stuff. We've gotten some mom taken care of. Let us continue over here, get this crit damage bonus stuff. What does this put my crit hit chance at? I still capped at 98% now. We're going to get some crit hit over here. Path over to cooked, and then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. The biggest red flag I have right now is Leech does not feel great. It feels okay. And when we get to juice content, okay is not good enough. So, if Leech is just dead, I don't know what to do for Thorns as a defensive. So we're going to have to be trying out, like, Reverie bullshit and whatnot. Do you have any Leech notes besides the Thorns one? I got Vow Pact. So you think you've gotten back 1% of what you spent on this build? No. I've probably spent 600 divines so far. Which rune's in the boots? Trample Toe. Legacy of Trample Toe. Oh, I failed that map apparently. Let's find a different city map. That one's not failed. Yeah, it's a good way to flip as well, Alaskan.
Corruption's up.
Lots of ways to make money in this game. What you know what has value.
Nature takes what's old. Down you go.
I'm not ready yet.
Level 71, nice. What time is it? 2 o'clock my time, nice. Well, I'll definitely be using Runeseeker on stream today. Will we get into the 90s and be able to do like some serious testing? I'm not sure, but we'll definitely... Hey, what up, Skadoosh? Thanks for the raid, man. Shout out to Skadoosh. How's it going, dude? What you been up to? Hope your stream went well, man. I am on to my 5th build. We are playing Thorns again. We are trying to do Tuning Fork with Thorns, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Big tank on the Corrupting Wings Gemling. Equips Fallen and now at 86% effective block. What are you cast on blocking? Are you doing anything cool in cast on block? Enfeeble? Yeah, a lot of people just like... That's why I've always avoided Fallen builds, is because anytime I'm like, I want to do a Fallen build, what can I put in cast on block? Curses. It's like... That's what, like, it almost... Like, it feels like if you're doing anything else in cast on block, it's like, ah... So that's why I have never done a true Fallen build, because it always just feels like if you're doing Fallen, you might as well put cast on block. That's 86% block is nasty. I bet you are Giga Tank on that Gemling. That's cool, man. That is cool. I bought the new Tuning Fork, and I'm just going to be trying to make some idle Thorns build work with it. I'm using the Trample Toe Legacy of Aldor, so I'm going to try and just like get Giga Thorns damage and make it like an AFK ritual build. I already know what my next build's going to be. It's going to be a Culling Strike build, but yeah, I wanted to get a build that could AFK ritual, and well, I did buy a cheap Tuning Fork. The Tuning Fork I bought was only 200 Divine, but yeah. I've spent like 600 Divine on this build right now. We're only level 72 though, so we're not using a lot of the expensive stuff yet. Tuning Fork's level 84. And I only got a 5-link Tuning Fork, didn't get a good one. It's still a good one, you know, still a good item, but... Yeah, we're leveling fast, though. Breach is pretty good experience, so I've just been doing Breach tablets. Shouldn't be much longer, hopefully. Hey, later, Skadoosh. Thanks for the raid, man. Rip. The Vow Pack life when you can't use your life flask. Oh, I'm dead? Yep, dead again. Damn. Might need to get a stun charm soon. Man, the Leech nerfs feel really bad. I'm hoping when we have Runeseeker's Call on, my Leech will be a lot better. But right now, the Leech changes feel rough. It's really weird seeing my Thorns damages. Ooh, another Divine. We're doing really good on Tink since we got the maps. With this much Thorns damage in any other patch, you would be really unkillable at this point. But, like, I'm seeing my, like, life, like, going up so slow sometimes from Leech. The Leech changes are a little alarming. I don't want to have to play Recoup with this build. So, we'll have to see if we can solve Leech. Whether that's investment in the Leech passives or not, I'm not sure. I am worried about Leech currently.
No escape.
Knockback does reduce the speed, but the speed doesn't matter when you're hitting really fucking hard. Because if it's slower, but, you know, a Giga Leech. But the caps to Leech do make it a little bit awkward. There are jewels as well. I mean, we are doing basically a pseudo Adorned setup. We're not going to do Adorned, but we're taking so many jewels that if jewels help it, then I'm not against doing jewels. Especially since, like, we can do Thorns damage jewels with Leech jewels, I assume. They're rubies, and then of course you have diamonds, so... If jewels end up helping it, like maybe I need to get a... Can you still get instant Leech on Heart of the Well? Or is that gone? Yeah, right now I have virtually no investment in the Leech. I'm just trying to scale it purely off of damage. I have Val Pact because I have a Val Pact jewel someplace. And then I have a Megalomaniac with the Thorns Vengeance, but I have, like, you know, I don't have Goring, I don't have Fast Metabolism, I don't have Bloodthirsty, I don't have Savored Blood. So it's a greedy setup. What level am I? 72? Alright, let's start setting some 14s. We can handle 14s, right? Straight in the red maps, boys. Fourth map, red maps. Let's go. I don't see any instant Leech on trade anymore. F. F's in the chat for instant Leech, boys. Alright, let's see if we can handle a Waystone 14. I think we're under Cold Res and 0 Chaos Res, but I think we'll be fine. It's crazy how, like, impactful this Leech nerf is. I am, like, leeching nothing. I feel like I'm literally leeching nothing. The defenses are going to be interesting to solve. Because with Thorns, you always just went Leech. Well, yeah, hopefully the more damage helps, you know. Let's get to the tuning fork, and maybe that makes things easier. What is happening? Why am I, like, leeching for nothing? Why is my recovery literally feel negative? Like, something's bricking. This isn't an anti-recovery mod map. This doesn't feel right. Oh, it is an anti-recovery map. Oh, I might be doing Doriani, and I'm having the bonus... Or I might be doing whichever one does the bonus corrupted mod on maps. This didn't have a less recovery rate mod on it when I put it in, but it got added via my Atlas Master. I was like, something feels off. Like, there's no way my Leech is this bad right now. There's just no way. Do I have that node? Yeah. So, this added recovery. We're gonna swap the Doriani for now. I'm gonna swap for Doriani for now. That was a funny ass clip though, not gonna lie. But yeah, Jado fucked us there by getting us the less player recovery whenever that whenever he hit the corrupted map. Gotta be careful of that. Alright, let's see if Leech feels better in this tier 14. I mean, it's still not great. Ooh, I just don't have the damage right now for these maps. Not to depend purely on Leech as my only source. God, I feel like I'm getting so little healing from Leech. Just so little. Maybe all the Leech Doomers were right. I feel like Leech is doing almost nothing. What is happening? Did GGG just like, we're gonna nerf Leech without testing it at all? Like, this feels so bad. Is there a way to see... I know they put the 40,000 cap on Leech, but is there a way to see, like, if I'm even hitting the 40,000? Because maybe my Tri-Elements is just really fucking it over. I thought the Tri-Elements would be a workaround for the Leech stuff, because, I don't know if you guys saw Karn's video, but I saw Karn's video this morning, and what he says is, the way Leech works is, there's like a 40,000 cap on Leech, but it feels worse on a lot of builds right now, because when you do two different types of elemental, or two different types of hits, it breaks that 40,000 cap. So, if you're doing, like, elemental damage with your physical, you can never actually hit 100% unless you're doing Leech of all types. And I am doing Leech of all types, because Thorns, 10% of my Thorns damage is Leech's life. So all of my Thorns damage, Chaos, Elemental, Physical, Leeches. So I thought when I saw Karn's video this morning, I was like, oh, okay, this shouldn't impact my build because I'm leeching of all types. So I should still be able to hit that 40,000 damage points. Because all of my damage should be leeching. But it doesn't feel like I'm leeching really much at all. And I know it's like, maybe take the Leech passives. These Leech passives just increase your damage. This only increases the amount you're leeching by 20%. And these points are only 8% each. Not a lot. Bloodthirsty is mainly increased damage and attack speed while leeching, but the nodes around it could be helpful. Specifically the faster and the 10% increased amount. Voracious is attack speed while leeching. Doesn't help our build. These nodes are a little bit of increased life leech. That's helpful a little bit. And these nodes are increased in life leech amount. Those can help a bit. But this is twinked ass fucking gear. Like, this is giga twink Thorns gear. This should not, I have freaking Defiance of Destiny and Sacrifice's Flex as well. This should not feel this bad right now. Based off of every other patch I've played with Thorns, with this kind of gear at this point, I should be unkillable versus a tier 14 map. And this does not, like, I feel like my Leech is doing fuck all for nothing. And, that worries me. Because maybe more damage solves it, but it does say 40,000 cap. So if I'm hitting that cap, I don't know if I am. I assume I'm not right now. Maybe more damage will make it feel better, but it should not feel this bad right now. Did you watch Karn's Thorn video? Karn made a Thorns video? Yeah, I watched Karn's Leech video this morning. But his Leech video doesn't apply to my stuff, because all of my damage, like I literally just said, all of my damage applies to Thorns, so... yeah, if that's how the Leech changes are impacting this build, Leech might be dead for Thorns, and then I have to completely rethink the defensive layers. But, you know, we'll have to see. But right now, this feels shockingly weak. But this is a greedy setup. We're missing some gear. We'll see what happens, but I am not... The Leech changes do not feel good. I understand all the belly aching now. From these first impressions, but we'll see. Hey man, big fan of your pod. When's the next episode and who's the guest? Next episode is the 25th. So in 5 days, and it's Fub Gun. We have the Fubbernator on.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm just like leeching nothing. I'm just leeching nothing. And this is not an anti-recovery map. Maybe like the trample toe is breaking it. Maybe there's just too many instances of damages going off at once. But look at my leech. It's like it's barely doing anything. That is crazy. This should not be the case at all with my damage level. It should not be this bad. It should not be this bad. Based off how I've played every other patch before, like, this is like... It's almost like I don't have Leech. I would be functionally better off without Val Pact right now. I would not be dying if I had my Flask. I feel like I just don't even have Leech.
Never too old to start afresh.
That's really awful feeling. I'm, like, shocked at how bad that feels. And I really don't like recoup Thorns, because if you look at all the recoup stuff, these points are recoup right here. But, like, a lot of it's, like, just in stupid fucking places. And recoup doesn't solve one-shots. Where Overleech kind of does. How would this work? Wind Dancer, Poison 3, Corrosion, Uruk's Melting Armor Explosion, Quill Burst? I mean, you have too many support gems in that list, so that you can't... Like, that wouldn't even work in general. You'd have to cut one of those. But it would work like a Poison Spreading Armor Explosion build would work. They're not very good anymore. Try taking off Val Pact, Jewel. I mean, I could try. But I feel like Val Pact should be helping a lot. I mean, I guess I'm not over-leeching at all right now. Because I'm not, like, fucking getting any leech. We can try taking off Val Pact. Someone said Val Pact was bugged at one point. But... then someone said it got fixed in a patch. Or it's supposed to be fixed. So... I don't know. But yeah, let's see how no Val Pact feels. I mean, it's definitely better, weirdly. But it still doesn't feel great. Like, I should be healing up a lot faster than that. I don't know. I need to test when we have the tuning for it. Kyle, where do you get the tuning fork for him? Trade. I have no idea how you get it, though. I bought mine. Something in Expedition, but I don't know. Yeah, I know it got reworked. The reason you use Val Pact is for the overflow leech. But... it does not seem like GGG tested leech to me. Or maybe there's just weird interaction with Thorns going on. I got it from a Quetch, which is RNG. Yeah, I farmed like 30 Utrids and I never got it as a drop. So I moved on. Oh, I bought my own when I didn't get it. But I was farming like so many Utrids and never got one. Yeah, but even without it, like, you guys are missing my point. Even without it, I feel like I'm leeching for significantly less than I should be right now, based off of all my experiences from previous patches. So just like, Leech just feels over-nerfed to me, is what I'm saying. I understand how Valpact's changed was. I read it, and I was using it for the over-leech. But that's not the point I'm making here. Even without Valpact on, my Leech is still dog shit, you know? It just seems over-nerfed. It just seems over-nerfed, you know? We might be able to swap back to Valpact when we have Tuning Fork and more damage, like level 21 Scavenge Plating, but this does feel clearly better. It's just still slower than the 40. I wish I could tell if I was hitting the Leech cap. I wish I could tell if I was hitting the 40k Leech cap. Do you see it here? Will I see it hit 40k here ever? I'm not seeing any recovery rate anywhere show up on my tree. No. I just want to know if I'm even hitting the 40k amount right now, the cap. Because it sucks, you do want Valpact for this build. The overflow is super nice, but maybe we just can't use it. Maybe Valpact's bait. Am I dead? Nope. We got some last second leech off. Well, turning off Valpact helped a lot, but I'm still nervous about juice snaps. Is there another item that gives overflow leech? Well, no, I don't think so. There's the leech amulet that like gives you giga amounts of leech. I forget what it's called. That's in my stash. So you can like get a lot more value out of leech. Like maybe that's the play you have to do when you're playing a pure leech build or a leech defensive build. Is you got to use, what's it called? Where the fuck is it? Carnage Heart, I think is what the amulet's called. I just don't know where I have mine. Yeah, Carnage Heart. This increases the amount of life you leech by a lot. So. Hey, what up, Kachi? How's it coming along? So far so good. I'm very nervous about the defensive layers right now. Leech. At least Valpact Leech didn't feel good. And Overflow Leech is very important for Thorns, so not having Overflow is kind of scary. So I'm kind of nervous about the defensives of the build, but I mean, we're still cruising. Recoup not an option? I mean, no, not really. The Overflow is important because just increasing your maximum hit is what matters for Thorns. When it's a style that you're... Like, my style is the Reflect style. Take damage to deal damage. So, I need to be as tanky as humanly possible. And Overleech, specifically, is just infinitely better than Recoup. Recoup doesn't prevent one-shots. Recoup's nice if you're tanky enough to not get one-shot. But this build won't be tanky enough to not be one-shot without, like, you know, giga layers. Not to be able to, like, AFK, you know, fully modded ritual maps and stuff like that like I want to, so... With the items I'm planning on using. Maybe, like, there's a Reverie option. Maybe, like, something like that is the play. But specifically with Recoup, my issue with Recoup has always been that it doesn't prevent one-shots. There's no, like, overflow Recoup, where if your recouping is going over your maximum life, you get, like, a buffer, right? That from Leech is, like, super helpful for Thorns. It just makes you so much tankier. 5,000 life in Defiance Destiny, but you can't get 5,000 of life with my setup. Crown of the Pale King has no life. Briar Patch Boots have no life. I'm not running a shield. I'm running a scepter. Painter's Gloves have no life. Like, I'd be playing a different build, you know. If you're, that would be a life-stacking Thorns build, and, you know, I'm not playing a life-stacking Thorns build, so... it would look considerably different. Not saying that wouldn't be a good build, but that's not the build I'm wanting to play right now. I don't really have interest in playing a life-stacking Thorns at the moment. I'm trying to do a silly wand Thorns. Well, if we're doing high-risk Thorns, I'm going to reroll, you know. If this build, like, the reason I am playing this specific build right now is I love farming Ritual. It is one of the best currency farms, and it's fun, and I wanted to make a Thorns build that could AFK Ritual. And, you know, maybe the high life version could. And maybe this version is fine too. With how I'm setting it up, it just won't be Leech, you know? Maybe we're just not playing Leech as the defensive layer. Well, the way I play this build is half life, half mana. We do Overleech as the mana or for life, and then we do over mana leech or over mana flow for the defensive layer. So we're playing Mind over Matter with Mana Remnants as our defensive layer, and then our offensive, or and then you have Overleech with life. So you do play life and mana with this setup. It's just Overleech. I cannot emphasize how overpowered Leech was in the previous patches. Like, if you hit for 1,000,000 damage, that leeching last patch made you just so fucking beefy, right? Like, that being gone, like, Thorns builds were leaning on that in a lot of situations. So, and there was, like, almost no reason to not explore other defensive layers because it was so good. So, it's just, you know, it's a big L. It is a significant L. I mean, for sure, Mouse. Like, again, I'm preemptively dooming here because I'm under-geared in maps, and it's, like, a little scary, because, especially because of Valpack. Once I have the Tuning Fork, our damage should be so much higher that alone could influence Leech greatly. Or we'll just be more defensive, you know, maybe with, like, you know, more life and more mana, like you're saying, all is fine then, too. So, it's a little preemptive dooming, but I'm just, like, my comparison point from last leagues and previous leagues, with where I would be right now, I'd be unkillable. Like, 100%, like, this build would not be dying in any map right now, in previous patches. And it is dying a fuckload. Weaker builds from previous patches would be unkillable. Weaker Thorns variations would be unkillable at this point with how much Divines I spent, and this one is, you know, doing better now that Val Pack's off, but it's definitely killable. What are you going to sock it into it? So the unfortunate thing about the Tuning Fork for Thorns is there's really only one good option. And it's the perfect desert runes. if you're playing it on Shaman specifically for the bonded rune effect, you can't put Runes of Tithing in it because Runes of Tithing can only go in armor, and it's a weapon. So you're basically limited to the gain damage runes. And of the gain damage runes, the best one to put into it, where both the main and bonded effect increase your damage, it's either the lightning runes or the fire runes. And I'm going with the fire runes. We're going to be trying Ignite Thorns. I have no idea. I don't even know what Virtuous Barrier is. Again, so let me rephrase, guys. I am not saying Recoup Thorns can't be unkillable. If you had 6,000 life, or you're doing Energy Shield with Sanctum, 12,000 Energy Shield, sure, that's unkillable. I am talking about in my specific setup, where I am doing the Tuning Fork AFK Ritual. I'm not fitting Recoup into that. It would be a different build if I was doing that stuff. So I'm not saying Recoup can't be good. I'm not saying Recoup doesn't work with Thorns. I'm saying with the setup that I am setting out to do, there is no room to fit Recoup into it right now. Not with the Conflux, Adonia's Ego, Trample Toe setup. Like, that does not fit Recoup into it. Not well. Because you just would need insane amounts of other things. But with Crown of the Pale King, Briar Patch Boots, and Painter's Gloves, which these three are required for my setup, you are not getting enough life or energy shield to, like, be unkillable to pinnacle bosses. There's no setup with that I've seen. I'm not saying there isn't one that now with, like, multi-mirror budget with new shit or stuff I haven't explored yet. But with previous setups, like with just normal Recoup, with these three items, Crown of the Pale King, Briar Patch, and Painter's Gloves, giving you nothing that benefits Recoup, it is impossible to get unkillable without using a shield or... Like, I'm using a wand and a scepter, you know? That means I'm scaling my maximum life from 4 pieces, or my energy shield from 4 pieces. Belt, rings... 5 pieces. Belt, rings, chest, and amulet. And you're not getting unkillable from that. You would have to either be running a shield, drop the Painter's Gloves, drop the helmet or boots. Like, you're just not fitting that into the setup that I am doing currently. Without, like, more divines that I'm sending, unless there's something, like, unless there's just a lot of new interactions I'm missing, but with my current setup, like, I can't just slap Sanctum into this and, you know, hit a reasonably high energy shield. I don't think. Not without, like, changing other pieces as well. I would need to, like, run a focus instead of a scepter. I would need to maybe ditch Painter's Gloves, you know. I would need to ditch the amulet, you know. It's just a very different setup. Your build does no damage? I mean, that's a lot of Thorns builds in general. That's a lot of Thorns dealing damage. You don't need to feel FOMO? Oh, it's not feeling FOMO. I was just trying to explain that, like, why I don't think it doesn't fit in my setup, you know. Unkillable is nice. That is a thing to feel FOMO about, you know. But, yeah. The hope is just to make this be able to farm Rite of the Nameless, which has to be able to kill map bosses in a couple shots. So it has to be able to do giga damage while also being tanky. And if that's possible, we'll find out. I am not sure. Did you double check your Atlas tree? You might be affecting the build. What do you mean? Double check my Atlas tree. I might be affecting the build.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, yeah, you can also get, like, flat life in the Tuning Fork as well. Like, there's a lot of ways we can push the defenses. It's just, you know, like I said, I'm used to playing Leech with Thorns. And we could still be playing Leech. We're just not playing Valpack, that's for sure. Not until our damage is way better. We're already level 78, so it's not like things are going poorly. Yeah, I mean, the mana stuff is nice. It's just, I don't like mana stacking Thorns. It's never been very good. Obviously, with Runeseeker, it could be good because Runeseeker's busted. Part of me is, like, I've always tried to make Ignite Thorns work, and it just never does. Ignite Thorns is, like, I mean, any Ignite build's always shit, right? But having that much Ignite magnitude, and it's 180% increased Ignite magnitude inside the tuning fork, so... You know, we'll see what happens, but... Nah. Those items are bait. Ice Tomb is Giga bait. You get more damage from Warriors because of how bonded runes work with Runes of Tithing. I just get more out of Warriors, but no, mana stacking Thorns is bait. Ice Tomb is bait. It wouldn't necessarily be bad damage, but it wouldn't be the damage I'm looking for, based off the math we've seen in the Thorns Discord. It would be tankier than this build, that's for sure. It would definitely be a fucking monster build. I think I need to upgrade my Ferocious Roar. I'm not breaking armor with it enough. Oh, they're regenerating life. That's why they're not dying. And I'm barely leeching right now because I'm out of mana. Am I dead? Yep. But no, I leave mana stacking Thorns to other people in the Thorns Discord. It ain't my jam.
Not this time.
I don't want to go recoup, but I feel like I'm going to be forced into it. How do you plan on utilizing the Runeseeker here? I'm going to use it, and we're going to do a lot more damage with it.
I'm not ready yet.
Big damage.
Justice will be served. I need more time.
I need to upgrade my roar. I'm like never breaking armor.
Get down here. Face your death. I'm not ready yet.
Damn. I cannot tank shit right now. Guys, this does not feel very good. You might be seeing me reroll within a day or two. I am very unimpressed with what's happening here compared to previous Thorns builds. And my expectations for Thorns builds are up here. And I know everyone's got these fun ideas that will help solve problems, but every time you're solving one of those problems, it lowers, like, so here's my expectations for what I played last league. It was a build that could just AFK and one-shot everything on the screen when it was fully min-maxed. And every time we're trying to solve something, whether it's adding recoup or something, we are lowering that ceiling and its potential damage and its potential, like, what it can survive and stuff. And I'm not saying this can't be fixed, but right now, this is where I expected this build to be, and, like, it's fucking way down here. Like, a Thorns build with this much investment should not be struggling in white maps, or not, excuse me, not white maps, unmodded tier 14s. All I'm doing is just buying tier 14s. They're not modded, and I am struggling in them. And this level of Thorns gear in the previous patches would have just been performing miles better than this. So that's where, like, there's just like, oh, these are red flags that would not have been happening last patch. Does that mean this isn't solvable? Maybe, but for what I was wanting this build to do, which was the fully AFK juice rituals, I don't know if it's going to be tanky enough for that. Or have the damage if it is tanky. Because it has to be able to, if it's going to fully AFK rituals, that means it needs to be able to solo 7 bosses in a row and kill them reasonably fast. And, it has to be tanky. Ooh, I have a castaway. I like castaways. Is this full? This is full. Oops, I did not mean to teleport down there. That sucks. There we go. I don't think that was the castaway I was just looking at. There was a castaway way up here. I could have sworn. Where'd it go? But yeah, it's just, these are red flags that, like, a build of this level would not have been struggling at this point versus just, like, a white 14. And obviously I'm stretched thin. I'm doing some silly stuff. But my damage feels low too. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get the tuning fork. But I'm at 10,000 Thorns damage. I got lucky Thorns damage. We didn't have that last patch. And I'm at 500% bonus damage. Like, my damage feels like it should be... Like, I feel like based off previous experiences, my damage should be a lot better. And that is just a little alarming. But I might be overthinking it. Might be overthinking it. Does last season's AFK Shaman is viable for it? It was okay. It's just, like, it was using Leech too. So it would be suffering from the same Leech nerfs, but that build was like 15 mirrors. I can't play that build right now, you know? That build's like, not a thing currently, you know? Hopefully the tuning fork saves the damage. It's a lot of extra damage. But if I get to level 90 with how much I've spent and like I'm not able to like start farming rituals, oh my god. You might see me reroll faster than I was expecting. The tuning fork's the only item missing from the build right now. Also a scepter. The scepter adds damage as well. But yes, it's just the tuning fork. Well, and gem levels. Like, gem levels and levels matter a lot, you know. Passive points matters a lot. But of the major things, yes, it's just the tuning fork. Mageblood too, but Mageblood wouldn't really evolve the build's damage all that much. Oh, and we're missing my Ascendancy. So, you know, there's a lot still missing. It's just, again, I'm going off of previous experiences, right? You know, I can feel the nerfs. But also, I guess, I don't know, one thing I should say is, I've been spoiled lately by just, like, builds that outperform Thorns. So, I might just have, like, really skewed expectations for how this build should be performing right now. I don't know. I can be a diva sometimes when it comes to builds. So, look what happened with Ironbound. I was dooming about it, and that ended up being fine, so. Alright, do I break armor a lot faster now? Yes. Near instant armor break. Corrupted? What does corrupted mean? Oh yeah, it's still got a long ways to go. It's not for it. I'm being a little whiny diva, for sure. I would just, you know, caught off guard by the Leech changes, so I'm having to, like, you know, rethink.
I need more time for that.
Speak. Choose what you need. See what you can achieve. Time is of the essence.
Apparently I've done that map. I mean, like, it was inevitably gonna feel like ass. The Leech nerfs. Like, with all the removal of instant Leech. Like, you used to have instant Leech before. You don't have instant Leech anymore, so, like, I felt like it was inevitable it was gonna feel ass. I just didn't mentally prepare myself enough for it. No instant Leech is, like, a massive change, you know? I used to have, like, what, 40% instant Leech on Thorns builds? So that alone is fucking, like, you know, a pretty ginormous change. I've gotten a surprising amount of tinks for doing, like, just no... nothing real serious, you know? Might die here, though. I'm, like, chilled. Ugh. There we go. I don't need to be by, or I guess I'll pick them up, whatever. Yeah, I'll take the tinks. Well, we'll be 84 soon. So, all the dooming might end the moment I hit level 84. Shut up, Minosuke. Shut up. Shut your mouth. One thing is, Trample Toe does not feel great right now. So, I feel like that might have been a bust. We're really not overkilling a lot at the moment. Like, I'm not really seeing Trample Toe adding much to the clear yet, but hopefully with the fort and Sacred Flame, that changes it. Hey, Bebop, thanks for the tier 1, or the Prime. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Cal playing attack-based Thorns. I thought I would never see the day. What do you mean? I'm playing Crown of the Pale King Thorns. Every Crown of the Pale King Thorns plays Barbs and Burst. This is literally every single Thorns build I've played. I just don't play Dreadfist or Pride's Pain Thorns. Those builds are builds I don't play. Those aren't Thorns builds. As long as you're reflecting damage, though, that's the styles that I play. The barbs and bursts have always been used in my builds.
I'm not ready yet.
Always used barbs and bursts. Hey, sup, Kiliad? We're doing good so far. I mean, we started to stream in the 40s, and now we're level 81, so we are zooming. No, I don't think I'd use Crackle Creep. That wouldn't be. Crackle Creep, in my opinion, is fucking awful for AoE clear. Every time I've used it, I've hated it, but I don't know about fitting a Crackle Creep into this build.
Quickly, that may be a
You
bit
could,
close.
but it... If I'm not using Trample Toe, I'm using Gloom Shrine. Honestly. And Gloom Shrine or Gloom Scepter would not have this issue. So, you know, it's possible that we just have to swap to the Gloom Scepter. But our damage is not near peak, so... Sec. Yep. Trample Toe has to hit hard, or you have to hit hard for Trample Toe to work. Like I said, it's not just my defenses that feel lower than I was expecting. It's my damage feels nerfed too, so. We will see if the Trample Toe, or if the Fork Scepter combo solves the Trample Toe problem with more damage, and if not, we'll swap to Palm of the Dreamer. Or just go play the Culling Strike build, but I don't know. I think the Tuning Fork will help a lot. Matsya is literally adding 0 damage to the build. Like, we're getting extra Spirit Gems, but we don't need half the Spirit we're using right now. So... I would assume it's going to be just exponentially better. Like, Matsya is, like, adding... We have a bunch of useless Spirit Gems that aren't really adding much for the build. And... all of those will be dropped and we won't lose damage. Plus, I forgot to add Trinity and Elemental Conflux. I forgot to do that. I'm stupid.
What's new?
I think I'm on like 17s now.
All right, your order is registered.
So there's Trinity. We don't have the dex for Trinity. And then Elemental Conflux. I can't afford, so we can ditch Wind Dancer at this point. Can ditch. Pounce.
Time I turned over a new leaf.
Okay. At some point, I need to get Blink. And then when we need Blink, we'll ditch Time of Need. And I have the Spirit for Blink still. Well, we'll see. When we take off Matsuya, we'll lose a lot of this, but then we're going to get 100 more Spirit from the Scepter. Potentially more if I get depending on the corruption I get on my Scepter. There's other stuff we can cut. Cool-Headed's taking up Spirit. Cannibalism 1's taking up Spirit. Clarity 2's taking up Spirit. Like, all these are like, we have a lot of extra Spirit to gain, so... Okay. Well, Trinity and Elemental Conflux help with the damage quite a bit. So that's helpful. Alright, so 3 levels until we get these 2 things. I'm not going to put them in my bag because my dumbass will accidentally Memorial enter them. The amount of damage I'm gaining from these 2 things is... This is even a good Sacred Flame, by the way. This is an average shit Sacred Flame. Across these 2 things, my Spirit is probably going to be unimpacted in terms of important stuff, so we don't have to worry about that. I'm gaining 216% damage as fire damage. And then I'm gaining 180% increased ignite magnitude. So the damage is just going to go through the rune. 3 Perfect Storm Rune plus 1 Fenris Room of Agony plus 1 Room of Squall for max damage. Yeah, so right now I'm specifically... Yes, I agree with you, Mouse. That would be... That is what I inevitably see me swapping to. I just really want to try Ignite. I really want to try Ignite and see, like, if the bosses are going to, like... You know, I might even invest into some Ignite magnitude for the lulls of it. We might even try Avatar of Fire if, like, the damage is still good. I don't think we'll do Avatar of Fire because Painters is fine, but I want to try Ignite. I don't think it's going to be the play. I think you're right. I think it'll be 3 Perfect Storm Runes plus the Chaos and Sequals as the ultimate damage play. But, yeah, I just wanted to try Ignite. I thought about doing Freeze because there's also this Freeze rune. When you consume Freeze, it gives you a big Thorns buff. So I was thinking about maybe like adding a bunch of cold runes to it so I can guarantee like a freeze on a boss and then consume it. But yeah, like I've always, every patch, I won't say every patch, but most patches I've tried to make Ignite Thorns work, and it's always piss. Maybe the Igniferous can help sort out the HP stuff. I don't know. Igniferous? I don't know what that is. Igniferous? Igniferous Crimson Amulet. I don't think so. There's way better amulets I would use over this. Like, I would use Immaculate Adherence, Defiance of Destiny, like... Are you using Painter so all your damage equalizes, but you can choose what bonded you want, right? So, yes. Painter's Glove equalizes the damage, so you can scale via Conflux and Trinity. When you, like, when your Runes of Tithing will make your damage mostly lightning, But from previous experience, from other patches, I don't know if it's going to math out in this patch, the amount of damage that you get from Trinity and Conflux, and then just Painter's a Glove in general, is 3 instances of gain 10% of damage. Like, the combination of that altogether ends up being just so much extra damage. Then you're, like, also freezing, igniting, and shocking a lot with the Painter's Gloves. And, like, in the previous patch when I was doing this setup, I had Clown tier damage. It was an Adonius Ego build that was doing literally 200 million damage to Uber Arbiter in a single instance. Like, it was the dumbest Thorns build. Like, this damage won't ever be comparable to that. So maybe this setup doesn't necessarily work as well because we're not getting Paint or Adonius Ego levels of damage. But yes, like, Cold Runes. Maybe I swap it up to, like, one of each elemental type so they're more equalized for Trinity Conflux. I'm not sure. We're going to be trying lots of stuff, but the reason this is set up this way is because I specifically wanted to see, like, everyone likes ailment builds, right? So the idea of someone slapping me and just a big ignite fucking killing them is hilarious. So that's the thing I wanted to test first, but if we just need raw damage, which we might, then, you know, this setup changes a lot. So... Grand Project selling for 4 div? That sucks. That sucks. What I mean is you don't really get 180% fire? Well, I mean, yes. Yes. The Painter's Gloves will influence that, but I will get the 180% increase in Ignite magnitude. So, that doesn't get influenced by the Painter's Gloves. And the only other way I could do pure fire would be Avatar of Fire, because most of our damage is Lightning Thorns. So we have to have a way to convert Lightning to Fire, and I've never been a fan of Avatar of Fire personally. The 25% damage you lose has never felt worth it. But maybe Avatar of Fire is the ultimate play with the pure Ignite setup. I don't know. It'll all have to be tested. You know. It'll all have to be tested. I need to AFK real quick. I need to go to the bathroom. So, be right back. But yes, it was because the other bonded runes for the other runes, like the cold ones increase freeze buildup, so that only matters if you're doing the freeze stuff, which is, you really don't want to be freezing stuff with Thorns anyways. You want stuff hitting you, unless you're consuming it. And then the lightning one was, you know, it was alright, but in terms of like just pure fun DPS, the Ignite is like, again, I've said it a few times, Ignite Thorns has been something I wanted to do for a while. Would pure free setup work with Herald of Ice? Thorns is not an attack. So Thorns can never trigger Herald of Ice. So you'd have to be doing an attack that does enough damage on its own to trigger the Heralds themselves. So if you did, it would have to be through a setup that was like not a pure Thorns setup. You could not do Reflect Thorns with Herald of Ice, because Heralds only trigger off attacks, and Thorns is not an attack. It's just the only thing Thorns is Thorns and a hit. Ignite Bleed could do Herald of Blood. Yes, Herald of Blood Thorns does work. I've done Herald of Blood Thorns a few times, so let me rephrase, sorry. Herald of Blood works, and Herald of Plague works as well. But Herald of Ash, Herald of... well, Herald of Ash works too, but Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice do not work specifically, sorry. I should have phrased that better. But yes, Herald of Blood, Herald of Plague, and Herald of the other one all work. I need to be back real quick. Gotta go to the bathroom. Almost level 82.
What is it? These are also a good time is of the essence.
I don't think you would need Plague Flingers, but you could use... I mean, yeah, you could use Plague Flinger Thorns if you want to do AoE Poison Thorns, for sure. Yeah, that should work. I don't see why not. Oh, wait, I think I need to clear this map. Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, no, I was in this map and I got distracted. What's the end game? If you think if you do exclamation point ninja, it'll link you to my ninja. But I think it's Calthorn time. As for your question, Darude, I've seen the hammer. I have not played with it. Like, for something like that, you know, I can never really know without playing with it. I think Jorgen's playing with it right now. I think I was watching his stream this morning and he was using it. I'm not sure, but I have no thoughts on it because I don't know. I'm the kind of person that I need to play with it to know. I'm getting like no fire trinity right now. How much does Trinity give max? I don't remember. 4% more elemental damage per 30 affinity on any type. I don't know what it gets to when it's max. I can't remember. Let me make sure I set up my ninja for this character on the stream. Yeah, that's my character. Calthorn time. Oh, hey. There's a little Jade Isles right here. Sure. Also, keep in mind, guys, like, I need to keep this in mind, rather. My expectations are of my Adonia's Ego build, which, let's be honest, that build was like a 15 mirror build. I should not be expecting this build to even be half as good as that. So, I probably do need to temper my expectations just a little bit, but we'll see what happens when we put on the fork. See what happens when I put on the fork. My Adonia's Ego Thorns build was stupid. Yeah, put on your fork. I mean, I assume the damage is going to be crazy. 15 mirrors? Oh yeah, it was at the end of Temple League. So it was me and Blade Zero, and like people were donating for the build. So like someone would like show up in my stream and he'd be like, "Hey, list a bunch of shit for random for 2 mirrors," and like they would buy it and gift me 2 mirrors, right? Like it was like a community funded build. I have never in my life had a mirror myself. So let me just like get that clear. My builds are always poor boy builds. That was purely funded by other people, not by me. But that was also 15 mirrors in Temple League. So, who knows what that price is this league, you know? But yeah, none of it was like... I don't think I contributed 1 mirror to that build myself. That was all, like, other people's money. But yeah, that build had some it was an Adorned build. It had, like... It was perfect. Funded by other people as RMT in plain English? I don't think so. No, you just didn't play Temple League. You just didn't understand the state of Temple League. Temple League went on for 6 months, and people were people were getting mirror drops daily. Like 15 mirrors in Temple League was not like. At the end of Temple League, someone could have 15 mirrors without RMT. Like, that league specifically was just different. Like, I have multiple friends that got, like, 3 to 4 mirrors as drops from Temple. So, like, if you were somebody who were just, like, doing the 80-room temples as juiced as possible for 6 months, you know. I had 4 mirrors total last week, no raw drops. Yeah, I mean, I don't ever make that much currency, but I know there are people that, like, if you're doing that 80-room temple bullshit, and let's be honest, though. Like, I don't know if any, like, is it possible one of the people that donated to the build RMT'd for it? I don't fucking know. Obviously. Like, I don't fucking know. I don't like RMT, and if you're ever gonna donate to my builds, never fucking... Please never buy Divines and give it to me. That way, that's fucking lame. But, just specifically last league, 15 mirror build was not like, you know, RMT tier. Versus, like, right now, if you had a 15 mirror build, you 100% RMT'd. You know, you, like, 100% RMT'd. I didn't farm Temple, though, last league, so I never had that kind of currency. I'm usually not someone who makes expensive builds. The only reason I've been making expensive builds this league is that I've gotten absurdly lucky. I got a Mageblood, I've gotten 2 Outers Legacies. Like, I've just gotten random big drops. I usually farm Sanctum too, but Sanctum's kind of sucked this patch. Have you seen Belton Mana Mirroring? No, I haven't. I don't usually, like, look at other people's stuff because of time plus spoilers on what builds I want to do. But no, I have not seen, you know. I'm a bad judge of those kind of items, though, because you could probably link me, like, a Mirror Tier ring and a, like, 500 Divine ring, and I'm not going to tell the difference, but... I heard mana stacking gets insane this patch. I heard you can make some fucking dumb-ass items. I wonder what the mana stacking cap is. What's the highest mana stack right now on PoE Ninja? Who's got the highest mana on all of PoE Ninja right now? $25K? Sheesh! That's a lot of mana. That's a lot of mana. I need my tuning fork. Two levels, boys. 2 levels till tuning fork, and then hopefully my damage explodes. One thing, I'm like dooming a little bit like too hard. I'm not wearing Brass Dome, and I'm not wearing a shield, which also give you a lot of Thorns damage. So, despite how good my gear is, I am missing like 2 significant Thorns pieces, so not having tuning fork is... Shut up, me. The build's fine. Shut up. Shut up. Just get the tuning fork. Shut up, me. What's Sanctuary? Which map's Sanctuary? Oh.
I need more time for that.
I really just want this build to be able to AFK farm Ritual. I love Ritual so much. And Omens, I don't know if they're still going up in price, but 2 days ago, they were going up in price. I think Omens of Whittling were like almost 5 Divine. So I just want to farm fucking Ritual, you guys. I just want to farm ritual. I just want to be able to sit in the middle of it. And watch everything die to Trample Toe or Palm of the Dreamer. I'm worried I'm going to have to sell this Trample Toe rune and swap the Palm of the Dreamer. Part of me thought I should have ran Palm by default just because of the Chaos Res it gives. But I really wanted to not play Palm so I could do big ignites. So that's why I went with Trample Toe initially. Worst case, I salvage the legs and I sell the rune and then I buy a Palm of the Dreamer eventually, but hopefully Trample just works. But Chaos Res would have been nice from Palm. Am I dead? I'm dead. If I had mana there, I might have been able to live, but didn't have mana for the skills. If I could have gotten a Whirling Assault off there, we would have survived, I think. You can remove legacy runes from items. Yeah, there's an item from, is it Temple? It'll destroy the item that the runes are in, but it'll give you all of the is it called Itembound runes? So as long as it's not an Itembound rune, it'll give you the rune back. And legacy runes are not Itembound. Or socket bound, whatever, yeah. I did that with Ironbound. I had the Ironbound rune, and I had it in one bow. And then I used... I don't remember what the currency's called. It's some currency from Temple, though, that it destroys the item and it gives you the runes. And, yeah, you can use that. Unless they changed it in a hotfix since then. That was working initially. But if you look at mine, it doesn't say socket bound on it. So... Extracting orb, I think. Something like that. Alright, one level to go. And then we got the tuning fart. For supporting fire, do you do global defense with the shark fin or armor applies to Ellie? On every single character, for as long as those choices exist, will always take the second one. That's armor applies to Ellie, deflection rating, and our energy shield recovery. I don't see a single build ever that I would take the other option, but I'm a noob. But I think the one that has armor applies to Ellie, no matter what setup you're doing, is like, you can't go wrong with either of them. But, armor applies to Ellie. Armor applies to Ellie. Poondet. I know. I was planning on playing my last character until I could afford a 6-socket fork, but I got bored of it, and I was like, you know what, I just want to start this character. Maybe I'll farm for the 6-socket on this, but yeah. The Giga Forks are crazy. It's just like, the Giga Forks aren't fair. And I want one bad. Might end up wanting actually a Legacy of Candlemaker. I don't know what that is. but I just need something for clear. I'm just trying Trample Toe because I wanted to do the Fire Scepter. Like, if I need to use Palm of the Dreamer for clear, that's what I did on the last build. I was just trying to change it up this time around, you know? But I don't know if I'm going to buy another Legacy. I'd have to resell this one to get the Divines back first. And I don't know if anyone's going to be searching for, like, specifically Legacy of Trample Toe and then try and buy it for me, you know? I feel like these weren't here before. Did I, like, wake up to new Rakiata's flows spawned into the map? Like, I wouldn't have just passed these. Where did these fucking come from? There is just 2 new Rakiata's flows added to my map today. There is no way I just left these here. There's just no way I just left these here. These had to have been added. I am not having a stroke right now. I had the same on my this, same with breaches since patch. Must be nice. Yeah, fuck off. You fucking Minosuke. Cool. Maybe I need to go through my entire atlas and see if there's more. I'm glad this is happening to you guys. Double flammability of Ignite. I mean, if I swap to Palm of the Dreamer for AFK, then, you know, that's definitely possible if the Ignite style ends up working out. I mean, I'm all for more... I'm all for getting more Jade Isles to do. Alright, guys. We are so close to the tuning fork. 1 level to go. I still need to go get my Ascendancy, by the way. I don't have Adaptation yet, so... That's such a huge defensive layer. I'd be so tanky if I had it right now. How much was your fork? 190 divine when I bought it. I don't know what the cheap ones are at right now. Well, make sure you're checking, like, there's 2 versions of it. There's the uncorrupted normals, and then there's, like, corrupted rune-forged versions, and, like, one of them sells cheaper than the other. So make sure you're checking both of them. Because there's functionally no difference between the 2 if you're getting like a cheap one. But one of them was like, when I looked at them, some of them were like 250, 300, but then the other variation was below 200. And I bought the one that was below 200, but maybe they've gone up. I don't know. Just make sure you check both variations. The Rune Masters are right at 200. Yeah, I got mine at 190, I think. And Treach, a lot of POB doesn't account for, like, Thorns is really buggy in POB, and I assume it's not even accounting for my Lucky Thorns versus Armor Break rune. I have Lucky Thorns damage when something's armor broken, so, like, you know. The damage is probably bigger than that, but no idea. Yeah, I mean, maybe Dragon has, but I assume Dragon's been having too much fun playing. And, you know, I'm sure he's done some POB work, but maybe not, you know, everything optimized. I'm not sure, though. I have not been following Thorns at all. Can I ask you why Runeseeker fork? It's overpowered. It's fucking insane. I feel like this is my genuine feeling about the Runeseeker weapon. It is such a good item and bonded runes are so good that you are going to very consistently see people swap to shamans as their second or third characters for Runeseeker builds. Just because of the amount of power that bonded runes... Ooh, am I dead? I might be dead here. I can't believe we lived that. Let's go. Alright, we need to time the boss fight for elemental conflux being on fire damage. There's obviously no way to time that easier, because it's like a 7-second boss spawn timer, and it only lasts like 8 seconds per element. But what we're waiting for is the Giga Ignite when we're on the fire conflux. That's what we're looking for. Well, for sure. Even on the Adonia's Ego build, it was always better to be on fire just because the ignite damage was just doing so much. So much extra damage. Look, in the Adonia build, the difference between being in fire conflux and not, like, the ignite would, like, one-shot Arbiter if the zap didn't. Like, it was insane. Fire Complex was always the best, which is partly why I was, like, just down to do the fire stacking style in general, because it performed so well on, like, just not even in leaning into Ignite on Adonia's, even though Adonia's was busted. It performed so well. We almost got leveled from this. Am I dead? I'm dead. I'm dead as fuck. How? How? Survive! Survive! Don't let them take us down! Fuck your invulnerability! I'm dead. We have no mana for Leech. They were regenning and they had invulnerability. That was so annoying. I'm not going back over there. Next map we'll hit 84, guys. Next map we are 84.
Now you shall meet your end.
Dog? Excuse me?
I'm not ready yet.
Why do I need level 90 for my rune fork? You got a level 91, and I bought a level 84 one. I don't know. The one I bought's level 84. Oh, Rune Master it? Maybe Rune Mastering it is what makes it a lower level. The one that I bought is just level 84, though. I'm gonna go ahead and get it in my bag. Oh, I am excited. Look at it. Look at it in all its glory. Alright, 3 bars, boys. Maybe a bit more bars if I die. No, we're not gonna die. We're hard. We're Chad moding. We're not hard. We're Chad moding. 1 bar. Oh, for sure. Like, there's a very real possibility that, like, I end up retreating and getting, like, damage against hits with ignited enemies, ignite duration. Like, there's a very real chance we retreat with the ignite stuff. It's just, you know, we're not at that point that we can start testing. Almost, though. Alright, here we go, boys. Let's look at the Thorns damage. Oh. Well, we'll have to see how it goes. So, just to put this into perspective, on Adonia's Ego Thorns, my tooltip was over 200,000. So we're not even close to the damage that I had with Adonia's Ego. Not even close. Painters is still doing a good amount of damage, but we're just getting significant. Trinity is going to basically do nothing. The gain damage is not being affected by Painter's gloves. We're doing almost exclusively fire damage. I thought that Painter's glove would be converting more of that, but it is not. This is a bad sign, boys. This is a bad sign. I mean, it doesn't really work, though. I wouldn't really say this works, because the boss damage is probably not going to be near good enough for what I want it to do. Because you don't have barbs and bursts with this setup. You are pure reflect damage with this setup. Your reflects have to basically one-shot. Like, I don't think it's going to work at all. Like, there's no making it get to the damage I need it to get to for bosses. I don't think. Like... Only being at 20, like, we're not doing any barbs or burst damage here. Like, to do barbs and bursts, you need an attack weapon. And a lot of our damage has been coming from barbs and bursts, triggering 5 times in a second. We're not doing that anymore. Our tooltip needed to, at minimum, like 5 to 6x. And it barely 2x'd. So... It almost feels like the concept is, like, I wouldn't say dead, but it's absolutely not going to be what I wanted it to be. And, that saddens me. Like, we're barely hurting her right now. We don't have an easy way to, automate armor break with the setup. And its power is just not even, like... The reason the Adonia setup worked is because Adonia's was just, like, literally doing cracked for the damage. And the hope was this would be cracked for... Life Leech does suck now. I do think Life Leech just in general sucks now. But this is not cracking out my damage near enough to be worth losing the weapon and shield over. I think that... ditching this setup and just doing Spear and Shield standard Thorns would be better for both single target and AoE. Just like almost immediately from my vibes from this thing. It's just like immediate. Like this should have been like correct the moment I put it on, and it only doubled my tooltip. Like this tooltip for Thorns, this is not a good tooltip. I've had like tooltips that are just way high. Like not even Adonius Thorns. I've had tooltips that are pushing 60 to 70,000. Just flat Thorns with like physical Thorns gear on. This is not good. And because it's gamble Thorns, the low roll is just so punishing. The low roll was sometimes punishing on the Adonius Thorns, but when you're rolling 5,000 to 500,000, it was fine. But you just got 2 Outer Sagas in the same Grand Expedition? Hell yeah. Guys, I was literally, like, expecting when I put this on, the tooltip to go from, like, 12,000 to, like, 40, 50,000. And I was also expecting Painter's Gloves to have better influence on the Gain Light Fire, but it did not. Which, this is fine if we were doing a 50,000-ish tooltip. But... well, Painter's is not better. Painter's is worse. Is worse. Taking it off. It's definitely good. Well, the problem is with messing with the Ignite magnitude. Like, we're not, like... again, I had an expectation for this build, and this isn't even going to get close to this. If we start scaling Ignite magnitude, that would help the single target, but that takes away from the clear. And the clear is not good enough on its own for Trample Toe to clear. We'd have to go Gloom Scepter for sure. So it's like we could try and solve it with Ignite magnitude, but then, like, that makes the AoE suffer a bit, and the AoE should have been, like... again, putting this on... my expectation was, you know, 50,000 at minimum. And we're actually going to lose damage in the ultimate setup because we're probably going to be swapping to Mageblood. And Mageblood won't, like, you know, look how much tooltip damage I lose taking off the belt. Yeah, I mean, you could do life stacking Thorns, but again, like, this is just an average Thorns build. What this is ending up going to be, when I min-max this, is it will be comparable to every other average Thorns build. And a Cat of Nine Tails Thorns build would be comparable to every other average Thorns build. I was wanting this to be similar to Adonia's Ego Thorns, and I was wanting this to be able to AFK Ritual. And I do not think that... well, again, like, I'm not talking about with Scavenge Plating. First of all, with this setup, how are we breaking armor? How are we getting Scavenge Plating anymore? We have to figure that out on its own, which is not easy to solve. We don't have Scavenge Plating anymore. Like, again, I had expectations of just putting this wand on, and this tooltip, without Scavenge Plating, hitting 50k. And that still would have been, like... 1/5 of the power of Adonia's Ego. Like, this is just, like, again, this is a half a Mirror Thorns build that is performing probably as well as, you know, your normal Thorns build when it's all said and done, is the way this is going. Use Repulsion with Armor Break? I mean, you could, but that doesn't really help with bossing. You need Scavenge Plating when bossing, and then Scavenge Plating's damage... it's not gonna, like, you know... it's not going to save the damage of where I was expecting this build to be. But this setup right here is 500 Divine. It should not be, like... it should be shit, like, based off of, like, other Thorns builds. If I did a normal Thorns build of 500 Divines, it would be unkillable, and it would be one-shotting all bosses with Rapid Assault. And this build is not capable of AFKing Ritual at all. You would not be able to AFK 7 bosses in a row with this setup. I don't think so. What does this spell do, by the way? I mean, Adonia's Ego Thorns was a wand Thorns build. So... I'm literally doing the Adonia's Ego setup with this wand. That was, like, the intent here, right? Yeah, it just ended up not being as good, which is fine. But, you know, sometimes things you go for don't work out. We could still play with it a little bit more and push it and see how the damage gets, but the damage is, like... This is not worth... What I'm seeing right now, it is not worth investing another 2,000 divines into it. That is the vibe I have right now. It is like... Yeah. 10,000 mana cost? Oh, shit. I didn't even read that part. Oh, it's the first line here. Brass Throne max out outperform. I mean, yeah, Brass Stone outperforms it, but I need the elemental res right now. Without, like, you know, swapping other stuff up. There are plenty of things we can do to make this build better from here. Plenty of things we can do to make it better from here. But again, you would have to go look at my Adonia's Ego Thorns build. That was the expectation. And, like, I was hoping to get halfway to it. And we're, like, way down here. And all the optimizing we're doing is not going to get us to, like, you know, close that gap. Even a 6-socket of this, like, getting a 2,000 divine 6-socket of this that's perfect would not, like, close the gap to Adonia's even close. That's how insane Adonia's is. I mean, Chernobog would be more damage and more survivability, but we would lose the spirit, so we would lose some, like, spirit gems. We would lose, like, the double blink mobility or, like, the blasphemy or something. So, like, the scepter was big for the spirit. But that wouldn't, like, we'd also, like, with Chernobog, we'd have to invest in the block chance. So, like, we'd have to either be getting block jewels or getting block passes, which ultimately lowers the damage, like... All of those things, like, get us hairs closer, but we're not a hair away. But with the shield, I can armor break, like, by using the shield, but I don't want to. Like, I wanted this to be an idle... Like, again, my expectation of this build was it to be an overpowered as fuck AFK ritual build. And... using a shield to armor break, that's not an AFK ritual build. You know, like... You know. Again, this build, for most of you guys, probably outperforms what you expect for a Thorns build, and your expectations are what you were wanting. But again, my expectations were up here. Like, they were fucking, like... My Adonia's Ego Thorns build was fucking nuts. And... Nah, Magma Barrier's bait. Ever since they put the cooldown on Magma Barrier, they ruined it. They, like, Magma Barrier's just, like... It's bait, unfortunately. And, again, Magma Barrier has the same issue where you have to raise shield for Magma Barrier, and I just wanted this to be... Like, I was literally set out to make this be a weaker version of Adonia's that I could AFK Ritual with. I wasn't really interested in, like, you know, min-maxing. Yeah, no, keep spitballing out ideas, Noose. I'm not getting frustrated. I'm not, like, frustrated at the ideas, but, you know. I had a very specific plan of this, like, being a AFK ritual build. It's not like I was wanting to set out to make a Runeseeker call build work. I was specifically, like, you know, I had a goal in mind. And I don't think this is AFKing fully juiced Rite of the Nameless maps. Even if we got the damage up to where we wanted it to be, I don't think we could get the tankiness up there, too. Like, the problem is both are really way lower than I was hoping. Like, if the Leech problem was the only problem, then I would maybe be like, okay, we can solve this, right? But we're dealing with the Leech nerf and Runeseeker Call is not giving us as much damage as we were hoping. So it's like the combination of the two is just like, oh my god, that's so much problem solving to do, and I just don't want to like spend thousands of divine trying to solve that, right? Like, that's where I am at with this. Maybe I keep leveling it for another day or two and we see where it ends up, but like I can just tell from the feel of it that like I don't want to farm 600 divine for a Mageblood for this build. You know, I don't want to spend 2,000 divines for a better Runeseeker's Call, right? Like, but like, you could do prize pay. Like, yes, that would be a way to automate Thorns for sure. The armor break for sure. But let's just say we had the permanent Thorns damage from Scavenge Plating. I don't think it's enough damage to solve the problems. That is like the first thing suggested, where it's like maybe that fully handles the armor break automation, but then we're still having to solve the defensive issues. That means you're using 2 prize pains, which are shit. And that's definitely a good tech. That would definitely help automate the armor break for this build, but giving up 2 rings for 2 prize pains, which is just a shit ring. I think it's mostly my fault for thinking that I could achieve something similar to Adonia's Ego Thorns on a budget. And I know this isn't a budget. This is like almost 700 divines right here. Yeah, I'm not sure. What's the point of the gloves? They give you a lot of damage, and they make your lightning thorns do fire and cold thorns too. Well, the Mageblood was ultimately the play, but again, like, that's investing, you know, hundreds and hundreds of more divines to where I don't know if it's going to be able to AFK, like, rituals the way I wanted them to. A Mageblood definitely helps a fuckload, but I don't even think if we had the multiple armors from Mageblood, without armor stacking behind it with, like, a brass dome, I don't think it'd be enough. But not with this damage, though. No, like, did you just see that boss fight? She was barely taking any damage. Rite of the Nameless is 7 bosses in a row at the end. I need to be 1 to 2 shotting bosses. I don't think we're getting to that damage. My gloves are useless? What? How are these gloves useless? It will double when polish. I don't know if I want to invest the currency into it. I don't think it's going to double with polish. And what you mean by double with polish is double with 3,000 divines worth of investment. And it's like, I don't want to, like... And it's not going to be what I want it to be. I want to just be double blinking between ritual altars, standing there, full AFK, everything dies, move to the next one, double blink, sit there for a while. Like, we don't even have a double blink into this build. We got to get, like, the passive points for double blink for it's like we're going to be giving up a lot of stuff to make room for the double blink, like... How do you think your old Arctic... Hey, thanks for the $5 online. How do you think your old armor will be this league? It's shit. They nerfed Arctic Armor's damage. You can't use it as a single damage skill anymore. Arctic Armor is not good for deeps anymore. Well, again, you got, like... We were expecting the Painter's Glove to convert all of the fire damage gained from this. So, the Painter's Gloves was not useless before we put this on. At this point, yes, the Painter's Gloves would probably be swapped, but even taking them off, you're still losing 7,000 damage. So it's not useless. It's far, like, the words useless, painters are not useless. This is still a fuckload of damage. Yes, a majority of our damage is still fire, but we are still getting some lightning damage, which is really nice for shocking, and it is gaining us 6,000 flat damage. Like, that's not nothing. It's like, it's absolutely not useless. Would we optimize out of it? Potentially, but useless? No. Absolutely not useless. Look how much damage you're gaining putting them on. 30% of damage is fucking insane. And it depends on, like, if you end up doing enough damage to where you're actually freezing and you can use Morgan's Insight, but again, we thought the Runeseeker's Call would work differently than this. Let's see here.
Can I help?
What runes do I have on me? I don't think I have very many perfect runes. Do I have the Chaos rune? Okay, I do have an Agony. The Withered Magnitude sucks, though. Oh, no, it's not Withered Magnitude. Oh, it is Withered. No, wait, no, it's gain extra damage. Okay. And then let's get a perfect Glacial rune.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can. Oh, it's you.
Do I have a Sequels? Oh, but Swalcall's Bonded Rune is stupid. But still a lot of gain damage. And then we wanted the Perfect Lightning, and we'll just see how that feels.
All right, your order is registered.
Okay, definitely more balanced now. Okay, back into the Scrimhaven. Oh, did we finish this map? This map might be done. Oh no, I died to the boss. That's right. Wait, no, we can't do Prize Pain Wind Dancer with this setup because to use Wind Dancer you need a martial weapon. So you can't use a wand with Wind Dancer. So no Scavenge Blading. It's just Leech is just so bad, and then the lucky damage, like we're not getting the lucky damage, so we're like sometimes low rolling on the damage, like guys. It's not just that Leech is terrible, though. This damage is terrible, too. Even if we 4x this damage, this does not reach the damage I want it to. We would have to, like... Like, even if we... Like, let's say we find a world where the defenses don't matter. This damage is so bad. Without the lucky Thorns, it's just not ever going to be good enough. And I don't know how we get armor break in this without, like, weapon swapping. And I don't, like, again, I don't, like, if I was trying to make this build work with Runeseeker's Call, I could obviously weapon swap for armor break. Or for something. But, again, I had a very specific goal of AFK Ritual. And, you know... this build isn't doing that. It's not like I'm gonna, like, fully quit it. I'll maybe revisit a Thorns character later. But this wasn't what I wanted right now. What I wanted right now was AFK ritual build. And... this damage is just way worse than I expected. I really wish you could use a wand with a martial weapon. If we could use a wand with a martial weapon, that'd be fucking awesome. Though I guess I would be broken. Everyone would be offhanding this, huh? If you could use a wand with a martial weapon. Everyone would be Giant's Blood. But this is garbage. Agreed, Mouse. Like, I don't know if you ever saw my Adonia's Ego build, but it could do, versus Uber Arbiter, Group Uber Arbiter, it was doing 180 million damage. So, like, I was hoping to get to, like, a fourth to, like, an eighth of that. And this is, like, 1/32th of that. 1/32nd. 1/32th. And this is expensive gear, man! Damn. That's what happens when you take risk and you, like, experiment and you stuff, like, with stuff like this. You know, sometimes you're, like... sometimes it's better to test before spending Divine, you know? But that's not how I roll. Repulsion could armor break, I guess. It could, but it wouldn't armor break for bosses. And... my issue right now, again, is the bosses. We have to, if I'm doing Rite of the Nameless farming, that's at minimum, the last Rite of the Nameless is 7 bosses in it. So I have to kill 7 bosses in a row. Is this build AFK in that? I don't think so, bros. I don't think so, right? Like, do any of you honestly think, without investing a mirror plus into this build, that we will be able to efficiently AFK 7 bosses in a row? Like, maybe we can do it with becoming immune, and we slowly whittle them down, but I don't want it to be slowly whittling them down. I want it to be like 3 to 4 shots, maybe like, at worst, like 6 to 7 shotting them. But this is... I mean, maybe I'm quitting a little bit too early. Maybe I'm... like, but this does not feel good. This feels shit. And I know the Leech isn't helping, but even if we, like, were able to magically just, like, with no investment solve the defenses... look at my tree. I'm almost purely into the damage right now. I'm crit max with a 500% bonus. It's just like, I just don't see it. I don't see it getting where I wanted it to be. Agreed. Like, that's essentially how I feel about it, Mouse, is playing a normal Thorns build with just a normal armor stacking physical Thorns build with AFK better than this. Because you can run Wind Dancer with that, you automate the armor break, like, it is full AFK-able. It is full AFK-able. This just isn't reaching that. And the other style would reach it easily on a budget cheaper than I've spent on this. Like, way cheaper. Like, fucking way, like, a third of the cost max. So it's just like... and I don't want to play normal physical Thorns. Like, it's like... I wanted to do this style because it was fun and new. I wanted to use the wand, so, you know... I'm not saying I couldn't make a build, but... I had a dream of this build, you know? I'm sure you've all done it. Like Kadachi was just saying, you know, sometimes you spend a lot of divines on a concept, it doesn't work out. I had a concept in mind. Could it work out with a bigger budget or better optimization or more levels? Absolutely. But I don't think I want to pursue it, if that makes sense. Let me read what everyone's saying in chat, so I'm not missing something. You need this build to be another mid-league group project? I think so too, Rabbed. I think we revisit this build later in the league. I think we revisit it whenever we can do another group funding multi-mirror project. I think so too. I think because my hope was I could like at least start farming Rite of the Nameless like at least a little bit inefficiently, and then eventually slowly upgrade it. But like I hate farming shit with this setup, you know. We're not doing any juice content, even if I got like 10 more levels, you know. Oh, I mean, there's definitely lots of AFK builds I could play, shits and giggles. It's like, I specifically... I had the Adonia's Ego version of this build, and I was like, oh, could I make a Runeseeker version of that build work? So, like, it wasn't necessarily that I wanted to necessarily make an AFK ritual build, but it was like the combination of, can we make the Adonia setup work with this, while also doing an AFK ritual build that would farm for my next character? And this thing is not like, this is going to be like a 2-week project to optimize, and I don't, like, that's not necessarily what I was looking for. I was looking for, like, maybe a week or 2 of farming with this character that was easily going to be able to clear stuff. And this is like a, you know, this is a journey of a build from here, I think, to get where I want it to be. If it could even reach that point. And right now, I'm not even sure it could reach that point. Call time? Yeah, probably. Maybe not today, probably tomorrow. But I don't know if we're going to be continuing this character. I need to do some POB looking at and, like, some stuff, but for what I wanted it to be, I don't think we are, I don't think we're reaching where I wanted it to reach. Right now, you're not losing too much by reselling the gear? Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm just thinking on, like, I'm just trying to think if, like, there's something I'm missing that would just, like... Again, it's not ever going to get to Adonia level, but... It's... The fact that I'm fully leaning into damage right now, this is as glass cannon as it can get, and it's not doing good damage, is scary to me. Well, the problem, so I'm down to hear what your armor break combo is, Treach, but the problem with any armor break combo is, for bossing specifically, A, I don't think the Scavenge Plating gives us enough damage to make us just one-shot the bosses I want to, but with armor break, if you don't kill the boss before your Scavenge Plating runs out, you have to remove the armor break and reapply it to bosses. And, like, in order for the armor break setup I want to feel smooth, our damage has to be good enough to kill them in the duration of one armor break. And that's, like, where my biggest fear is right now. Is, like, I just don't think the damage is getting where I wanted it to be. But I think I was stupid for thinking this could reach that damage. Armor break apply to fire, though? Yeah, it would help with that stuff, too. There's a lot of good ignite stuff. It's just... Again, I need to see what Treach's armor break technique is and how it's happening, but, you know, I specifically just wanted to stand and... Like, I work from home, so what I wanted was a build where I could, like, blink between rituals, because I play double blink with the build. I would just double blink between rituals and just sit there, and then double blink between rituals and sit there. Like, that's what I wanted the build to do. And... Again, I'm not saying, like, the texture pointing out won't fix stuff that I'm having issues with, but, yeah. I really wish we could use Wind Dancer with this setup. If we could use Wind Dancer with this setup, that solves all problems. But alas, we can't. Not without weapon swapping. Blasphemy vulnerability was something I tested and I know works for breaking. The next part is actually breaking the armor. I'll have to see. I know, like, you can break armor with repulsion for mapping, but you're not going to be able, like, again, the issue right now is bossing. And you have to be able to break armor versus a boss to get the lucky damage, as well as the Scavenge Plating stack. So it's like... How are you automating armor break on bosses to the point that, like, some bosses have 20,000 armor, right? That's fucking a lot of armor you have to break. I look at my tree, it's like pure, like, look how much damage I have. I got 500% crit damage bonus with a 98% crit. Like, I'm as damaged up as I can get. Here, let's do another map. Let's do another map. Also, again, I don't have adaptation, so that's going to make me tankier too, but with this budget, this should be already good enough to, like, pseudo AFK some stuff. And, obviously I need to invest in the tankiness. There's other routes to go. But, yeah. God, Leech is so ass. What happened, man? GGG. What were you fucking thinking? I'm so confused at the state of Leech. What happened? This had to be nerfed because of Castle and Crit Comet builds? One thing I never tested what you could try is because I'm curious about is vulnerability at plus 20 removes over 20k armor. But I don't think vulnerability is armor break. Vulnerability just removes the armor. You need the fully broken armor effect to get Scavenge Plating and the lucky Thorns. So reducing armor, like, even if they are functionally at 0 armor, it has to have the fully broken armor effect on them. And I don't think vulnerability does that. Well, yeah, but then we'd still have the same problem of having to get the armor break, you know. Again, the problem is getting any armor break automated, and there's no automated armor break in this setup right now. I mean, I do LE damage leech, Kadashi. We are LE damage leeching. All Thorns damage leeches. All Thorns damage leeches. My Chaos Thorns, my Physical Thorns, and my Elemental damage Thorns. This is with Elemental Thorns leeching. That's the problem. That's why, that's the problem. This is with LE Thorns leeching. And it's just poop. But again, the problem isn't just like one critical thing to solve, it's 3. So it just feels like a build I revisit later with more divines. Put Valpak back in? I can. It did not feel good earlier. But that is a good thing to test, for sure. We have not, we have not retested Valpak with the new damage increase. Where's my Valpak jewel? Where did I put it? Is this it? That's mind over matter. Where'd I put my Valpak jewel? Did it end up in the jewels? Here it is. Alright, let's test Valpak again. Earlier it felt like shit. Repulsion with armor break and living lightning. So the repulsion with armor break works for mapping, but it won't break armor on bosses. And that's when we would need it the most. The fully broken armor gives us lucky thorns, and we need that lucky thorns for bossing. Valpak just feels worse! Why does Valpak feel worse? No one at GGG played with it, dude. Are you kidding? Why does Valpak feel worse? It should feel better. It should only make Leech feel better. I'm sorry I'm yelling. It's just, like, ridiculous how bad this feels. No one at GGG played with Leech in Endgame. No one. Look at this! This is unplayable with Valpak! How did this happen? This is crazy. I heard all the people crying about Leech. And I knew it had to be bad. But sheesh. Well, the reason why you run Valpak now is not for the instant leech, it's for the overflow leech, right? what makes Leech really good, and why most people played Leech last patch, was fast metabolism, giving you overflow. And they removed that to Val Pact. But then they made fucking Leech so much slower with Val Pact that you're never getting the fucking overflow. Because even if you hit for the max damage, it's not enough Leech to fucking... It's such a bad change. I'm blown away after playtesting with the Leech changes. Blown away. GGG should be ashamed. Ashamed of these Leech changes.
I'll twist the dark to my own.
Damn it. Why did my spirit just get a break? How did my spirit break so hard just from swapping in one curse? Why did that happen to my spirit, though? I don't understand why adding repulsion is just... It just removed 8 different spirit gems. Like, I can't run Trinity with, like, half this stuff now. I don't understand what just happened. Why did my spirit just get kablooied? Like, I can't run so many gems. But I have 136 spirit. Like, why can't I run... What do you mean, not usable with current weapon set settings? Why did my weapon sets just break? That's why this is broken. Why does this say not enough spirit, though? I don't understand what just fucking happened to my spirit. I should not have, like, lost this much gems from adding repulsion to blasphemy. That should not have happened. I had, like, a bunch of filler support spirit gems in that could have been dropped. Like, just... That's very frustrating, and it makes testing stuff so difficult. Okay, I guess we're not playing with Trinity right now. And no mana remnants either. But even now, it's not like doing enough. It's like literally not breaking into armor right now. It's like even in this fucking basic ass tier 14 map, it's not doing enough damage to break armor. The tech works. It's just not good enough for this build to do what I want it to do. But again, Treach, my issue is bosses. You have bosses with 20,000 armor. A max level vulnerability, which requires a lot of int, is not going to make repulsion remove armor on bosses. Like, what's max level vulnerability doing? Like, this isn't even removing armor on, you know, fucking mat mobs. Like, how, we're not gonna, this isn't gonna remove armor on bosses. Did I do this boss yet? Like, I don't think this is removing armor on bosses at all. Why is it doing only 158 armor break? Shouldn't it be doing a lot more? I guess I'm just not... What does repulsion scale off of? Isn't it strength or something? I'm not sure. Oh, it's scaled off attack damage. I don't have a weapon. Oh, is he even affected by a vulnerability? I don't even think he's affected by a vulnerability right now. No, it's based on its own attack, not based on weapon. It said weapon there. Or it said attack damage there. 176% attack damage, so that usually scales off of your weapon when you see that, right? But I don't... And it also has the attack tag, so... But I have no idea. No idea. Oh, that is not based on your weapon's damage. What does it scale off of then? Just gem level?
These are our supply. That may be indeed.
Flat damage to attacks from rings will scale it. Interesting. Well, we got some armor break there. I don't think I had vulnerability last map. I think I had too low of one and it wasn't hitting the mobs. Cause I don't remember seeing the red on them last map. Okay, we need to test boss damage, because boss damage is the thing that I'm worried about right now. Well, I'm worried about 8 different things. Leech, fucking boss damage, but armor break might be automated. Armor break's clearly automated for clearing, and that's nice. But will we be able to automate it for bossing? That is the question. This is a lot better, though. This is significantly better for AoE clear right now. The repulsion, armor break tech helps a lot for that. But we gotta get to a boss, and we need to see what we can do for boss damage. Well, the AoE is still not as good as I would want it to be. We might have to swap to Palm of the Dreamer eventually, too, but Nerf Trample Toe doesn't seem like the play. It's just the damage is like... Alright, let's see. Let's see what we do to bosses here. Boss test number 1, self-automate, auto-break.
Vile dog, now you shall meet your end.
Why is it doing no armor break? Look at that. It broke. For all of those hits, it did 75 armor break? Repulsion's like just doing nothing versus bosses. That sucks. It's like, it's almost good enough, and with optimization it could be. It's just like, it's gonna cost so much divines, and I needed to be able to farm on this character. And I don't, like, this is not a fast farming character. These are blank 14s, and look how long it's taking me to kill bosses. So like, let's just say I got another 10 levels, right? It's like, and we doubled that boss kill time. That's still not an efficient farming character. I mean, I could try Living Lightning, but it doesn't solve the problem that we're having right now, well, that I'm having specifically, of boss damage being poop and survivability being poop. But I can try a Living Lightning in it, sure. I think that's just going to be better at keeping armor break up on mapping, though, and I don't think it's going to influence the bossing at all, which is my issue. Are you trying single target repulsion? No. I'm doing Thorns. It doesn't have to be in Blasphemy. Well, I have no skills. It has to be in it. Because I have nothing else it'll go into. I have no active skills. Yeah, I have no trigger. Like, I'm doing an auto bomber full AFK build. Like, the only thing that I can put it into for this style to, like, stay how it is would be Blasphemy. No. Not for this style, Mouse. The whole point of this style was to be, like, a Barbs and Burst-less build. If we're playing Barbs and Burst, you're not playing... At that point, you're just not going to play tuning. You're just playing normal Thorns, you know? The reason why I was one-shotting bosses throughout all of leveling was because I was using Barbs and Burst, and yeah, you know, without them. What about unique boosts that allow you to jump? I have to use Briar Patch. They're required for Thorns, for crit Thorns. Can you use Ravenous Swarm with Corrosion for armor break? Unless they Giga buff Ravenous Swarm, it is not good enough to break armor fast. Oh no, no minion or something. No, you can't put Barbs and Burst in just anything like that. It can only go in attack skills. And Barb specifically has to go in attack strikes. The only automation you can get for Barbs and Burst is Wind Dancer, and you can only put Quill Burst into Wind Dancer, but you have to have a weapon, a martial weapon for it. I mean, we've solved a lot of the clearing issues, but it just, this boss, without Barbs and Burst, I don't think you're playing this build, and at that point, you're not playing Tuning Fork, you're just playing normal Thorns. Bark can be extracted by Alders? No, but it's at a reduced effect, and it's not easy to hit 100% without it. There was the instant armor break on this idiot, though. That was the first boss kill that wasn't dog shit. Like, that wasn't dog shit. It was just, again, it's a shit level 14. But this should not be doing this little with 500 divine gear, you know? Is where I'm at in my head. You think Gemling is your favorite class right now? It's pretty awesome. It is pretty awesome. What's concussive runes?
Naught left of mine here but death itself.
I don't like living lightning. I don't like it pushing them around. I just want them to sit still.
Another one over there.
What's Mind of the Council? Is it a helmet? If it's a helmet, I can't wear it. Blast on heavy stun? I'm never heavy stunning. I don't think there's a single boss I'm gonna heavy stun ever with this build. Would you try out mana stacking Thorns with Gemly now that you can stack more mana that way? Probably not. I don't really like the theme of mana stacking Thorns. Yeah, I can't use helmets with Thorns builds or with Reflect Thorns builds. I gotta use Crown of the Pale King. The helmet slot is forced.
My time has come. Now you die! Bang, bang, bang!
Just why is the armor break so low? Are you using Legacy in the boots? I'm using Trample Toe. Legacy of Trample Toe. Not double dipping the crit rune boots.
Of course.
See if there's more Jade Isles that I randomly got unlocked on my map. Any more randomly pop up? There's one. There was another. The search function doesn't work when your map's too big. You have to have scrolled most of it. It's fucking annoying. I feel like when I use the search function, it slows me down half the time. Still gotta do a bunch of scrolling anyway. But my repulsion's not even that low. It's level 18. I'm at most gonna get it like 3 more levels, so it's not gonna be hitting much harder than this. If that's the case, that sucks, because there's some bosses that just have a fuckload of armor. The repulsion armor break has helped a lot. The repulsion armor break has definitely helped a lot. It might not be that this build is dead. It might just be that we need to, like, maybe we can still, you know, keep pushing the build and get it better from here. to where we can AFK rituals with it. But it might need to be a case where we have to pause the build and go play a different build and farm currency on a different build and then come back to this one when we can invest more currency into it. Because I just, like, this isn't awful, but I can't, like, grind maps like this forever. Like, I could do this for, like, a day. But this boss kill time's too slow. Like, sometimes you do, like, no damage to a rare. Like, look at this. This rare is, like...
Come on now, let's end this.
I can't farm currency playing like this is what I'm trying to say. And I need more currency for this build, so it's like... Do I go play the Culling Strike build tomorrow? And then, like, set that up? Farm on it for a week? Why is leaving like a night pocket? I took it out. It was pushing things back, and I didn't like that. I want things clumped up for my trample toe. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do like that, Demo, to get armor break for bossing. But again, I wanted this to be an AFK ritual build, where I literally just stand in it, and anytime you're like, I want to add this thing to automate armor break, but I have to push a button to do it, I don't want to do that in this build, you know? This build is supposed to be purely designed to sit there and, like, just kill stuff. And it just, you know, it's just falling short of that across a lot of things. I definitely think the armor break can be automated, though. Like, the armor break is not bad. We can get this better. I think there's, like, ways we can scale this up. Like, I could put, like, armor break 3, or we already have armor break 3 in there. But we could, like, there's things we can do to, like, amplify the armor break of this. And that solves the armor break problem. But my issue right now, the damage honestly probably can be fixed. The defenses can be fixed. And the damage. I honestly think this build can work. I just think I need more divines. It needs more divines to get off of its feet. Like, because like if I'm playing this off stream, like pushing this to 90 with this playstyle, look how long this boss is taking, right? And I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to kill him. I'm out of flash charges now. How many divs sunk, though? 500-600 divines. We almost killed him in his fire breath there. But I'm going to die to his ignite. We need one of these little minions to give us a pseudo leech. Minions, save us! We couldn't eat that. We can eat this. Aha! Minions, save us! Guys, this has been like a 2-minute boss fight. So, like, I hope, like, I know a lot of... I'm excited, and I hate giving up on builds, but I hope you guys can understand that when you're looking at this, a blank tier 14 taking this long to clear with 500 divines, I'm not saying it can't be salvaged from here, but I can't play like this for a few days in a row, right? Like, that, I just can't do that. I need it to be in a better position if I'm playing it like this. That's just way too inconsistent boss damage. We got to get the armor break. Like, obviously, it's like, yes, I could add marks to armor break bosses. I could, like, go back to spear and shield. But I just don't want to do that. You know? I didn't want to play a normal Thorns build. I wanted to play a tuning fork Thorns build, you know? I think Reverie's the play. I do have a good Reverie. It's just, if I put on Reverie right now, I lose resistance cap. And I'd have to, like, swap other stuff, and it's like, I don't want to do that dance right this second. But yes, I do have a good Reverie. What's Verisium Manifestations? I don't know if I have one of those. Why would I want to use this? Well, how would this help my build? But what am I attacking with to proc 'em? Repulsion? I mean, I can do this, but I like... Are you wanting me to confirm that this tech works? Because this isn't going to fix my problems with the build. I can test the tech for you, but like, this does not do anything for this build. This is like a... This adds nothing. There's like a billion other support gems I would imagine would be better slotted in. How the fuck? I forget how to support my gems. There we go. Oh, you want to see if it helps automate bosses? I'll have 10 exalts. Oh wow, Chaos have gone up in price. Holy shit, Chaos are 25 exalted orbs each. Wow. Okay, just give me fucking the ones I want, goddammit. I can't even get one thick order of exalted orbs? What's going on? League's dead. League's dead.
Sure thing.
Alright, let's try this Verizium. I can't put it in Blasphemy. Am I supposed to, like, wear it? Well, I mean, this doesn't fit. Is it a... Does it cost spirit? Or is it just a skill slot? Doesn't look like it costs spirit. Oh, it does cost spirit. I mean, even if this is works, I don't like... This is not something I would want to add to the build. I don't want to leave flooding the screen with, like... I already don't even like adding repulsion to the build. I just wanted it to be, like, a Thorns Reflect build. And now it's turning into, like, some crazy, like, 8-layered auto bomber. Those are, like, not very fun to me. I mean, what is even in this thing? How does this even work? Can't see their stats. Does it show here? It doesn't say anything about their stats or what kind of damage they do. I hate when GGG adds skills like this. I mean, you care about this stuff to know what type of damage it is to scale it and stuff. Like, knowing that stuff most certainly matters. I don't know if they're converting 90% of their physical damage to cold. I don't know, like, a lot of stuff like that, you know? I'm assuming they just do physical damage, and I just put heft and rapid attacks and yada yada. Like, there's assumptions you can make, but, you know. It would be nice if it just said any more details, I guess is my point. Hey, what up, Celtic?
Choose what you need. A good priority, of course.
Shouldn't, Mike. I don't know if your gear broke or something, but I've never played Plants, so... You might want to ask Dead Rabbit that question. I do not know plant builds at all. They might have a details pop out in the skill once they're summoning maps. What is this? Oh, that's, Oh, right, I took off Moriors. So I'm not res cap right now. I might be super squishy. I might be dying a lot because I forgot I took off Moriors. I'm not res cap. Would you be using right? What is right? The new skill I was looking at, my ADHD brain. Oh, this thing? Oh. I have no idea what it is. I've never used Reverie before. How does it work? I need to get res cap. It's hard to tell. Quill bursts will work on repulsion too? Are you sure about that? Cannot go in there. Cannot socket it into blasphemy. I'm gonna take off Palm of the Dreamer, and we're gonna test the boss. Feeling the Leech changes? Yes. Leech changes feel fucking abysmal. Leech feels like just useless. Absolutely fucking useless. It's like, it's crazy. I took off the Gleam Shrine. I don't know, guys. Am I dead? If I was res cap, I think the Reverie could be tanky enough for sure. That might be like the tanky solution. We'll try more of Reverie when I'm like res cap. But, I mean, this damage is unacceptable. And even with all the stuff we added, like, sure, the gem levels will help us armor break faster, but, like, she's almost dead, even with this shit-ass DPS, and we still haven't broken her armor, like... It ain't looking good. I ain't saying it can't work, but with the budget I currently have, it'll take a lot to make it work. Both recovery rate, why? Why Malice Scepter? Because of crit. I was playing crit. You're not playing crit if you're not playing the Malice Scepter. Damn. Hey, what up, Morph dude?
I need more time for that. Nature takes what's old.
Yeah. It was a cool tech treat. Like it's a very cool tech. If the damage was better, the pieces are there. It's just there's a lot that I would have to rethink and retool and re-itemize. And I just don't have the budget to want to do that right now, I think. But the armor break tech is definitely cool. It's not working on this map. It's got armored on it. And it's not working on bosses anyways. It could work at level 21. Would have to try again later. Maybe with investment in the passives for armor break. I'm not sure. It was definitely a cool idea. And it definitely works to an extent. It's just not good enough for where we're currently at. Am I dead? I think I'm dead. Yeah. Can't full AFK that right now. Is the minions that are breaking armor? It's the minions plus, it's the minions plus, repulsion. The combination of the two. Damn. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. I don't think you're going to be seeing me continue this build tomorrow. I'm not saying I'm not going to finish the build ever, but I didn't have the right mentality going into this build. I didn't go into it with the expectation of it being a build we had to solve with like bad damage, bad survivability and stuff. I went into this build with the expectation of this much divine invested would make it good at farming ritual. And we have to do a lot of problem solving to get this to where I can AFK ritual, let alone handle, you know, Alkan Go 15s, right? I think Reverie is definitely the play. If we're not playing Brass Dome. So if I return to the build, or if we decide to finish it over the next few days, I think I might itemize around Reverie and try that for a bit. Leech is fucking abysmal. I'm in Act 2 at the moment. I mean, Thorns is great for leveling, for sure. But the version I'm playing right now isn't the version you're playing. If you keep playing normal Thorns, you'll have a good time. I'm doing weird off-meta Thorns, and it's not good. This version right here. But if you just follow my normal Warbringer Thorn style of Ghast, continue playing it, you're going to have a good time. Just keep using Quarterstaff or Spear and Shield. Just don't swap to this Wand setup. The Wand setup is where it fell apart. Yeah, I'm not sure, boys. I am not sure. Maybe link you my Thorns Warbringer. Basically play this build on the Shaman and you'll be like God tier. But let's see. Yeah. How much divines do I have? I know I'm not broke. Oh, we're kind of broke. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm probably calling this build here. You know, maybe tomorrow you see me playing traditional Thorns on this character. I am being baited by a Culling Strike Witch Hunter build, though. So you might just see me on Culling Strike Witch Hunter tomorrow. I don't think I'm, like... I will revisit this build, this patch. It's just, it feels like one of those builds that's going to be, you know, one of those community-funded builds, you know, it's going to be costly. I'm sad, guys. This happens every once in a while. I'm sure, like, a lot of you guys as build makers have been there where, like, you invest a lot of Divine into a build expecting one thing, and it just falls short. I'm really sad about this one. I guess the Adonia's Ego Thorns just... It put my expectations for Thorns too high. If you guys never saw my Adonia's Ego Thorns, it was doing cartoon levels of damage. Like, it should not have been doing that much damage. And maybe I was a bit foolish for assuming this build could potentially achieve that easily. Or, like, even half of that easily, you know? So that's probably my fault for taking a swing at this build with this type of budget. I spent like 500-600 divines. This is like a 6,000 divine build, so... I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm sad. I always feel bad whenever I'm setting out on a build like this and it doesn't even, like, get close to where I wanted. Because, like, part of me is like, man, if I just keep going for it, maybe tomorrow or the next day we find something that saves the build. But... that's also, like, you know, sunk cost fallacy of, like, what if I spend another 500 divines and we don't fix the problems? And then we're out 1,000 divs. Like, so it's like... I'm not at the budget to where I could... yeah. I don't know. Everyone's suggesting great stuff, like... everyone who's been throwing out ideas... you know, Treach, Mouch, Palm, like, everyone in YouTube and Twitch chat, like... you've been throwing out good ideas. It's just... I had a, like Treach said, I had a new bar set by the Adonia's Ego build, and unless you guys saw it in action, like, this isn't even close. And it's just, like, better off to play normal Thorns. Like, it just feels like there's no way to scale this to where it's comparable to Quillburst and Barb's Thorns. What's the difference between regular Runeseeker Call and the Legacy one? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell any difference when I was looking at them. But I'm not sure. I just bought the cheapest one. So. Man, I'm sad, you guys. I'm actually, like, butthurt over... I don't know if butthurt's the right word, but I'm bummed. I'm fucking bummed. I did not think this build was going to end today. I thought, like, I never thought it was going to be, like, a 100% home run. That's never guaranteed. But I thought, like, putting on the wand would have been, like, you know, carried me to, like, the mid-90s at least, right? But it was not a significant DPS upgrade. Not the one I was hoping it would be. Yeah, it's just not juicing the Thorns like we wanted to. Now, there was also a, with the Adonia's Ego Thorns, the way Adonia's Ego was scaling both elemental damage and Thorns damage, it was double dipping them. And, like, this rune wand was not gonna have that, but it's really, like, barely scaling the Thorns. Like, I genuinely thought, like, you take this off, I was expecting it to, like, 5x, 6x my damage. It's barely doubling it, like... it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to say it. Okay, but that was a nice little 5-hour stream, guys. Thanks for hanging out and, you know, helping me try and problem solve it. I don't know what the plan is for tomorrow's stream. You might still, like, maybe, like, you know, I bring this idea to the Thorns Discord, someone throws out an idea that solves it, and I'm continuing to play it later tonight or tomorrow. I would expect me to gut this character of most of its valuable stuff, and, be playing Bulletstorm Witch Hunter tomorrow. We might be playing Calling Strike Witch Hunter tomorrow. But, yeah, we gotta figure some stuff out. I'm not sure. I think I overhyped it in my head way too hard. I should have done POB work. Maybe that's what should have been the thing. Maybe I should have POB'd it. But, yeah, I don't know. I was expecting Runeseeker to just giga amp my damage, you guys. And look at the damage increase. Like, this is a good damage increase, don't get me wrong. But this Thorns damage is lower than your standard physical stacking Brass Dome Thorns damage. Like, your standard, like, normal Thorns build gets to, like, 60,000 Thorns damage. And this is, like, we gave up sockets for Reverie, even though we can get a 4-socket eventually, like... Yeah, I don't know. Damage is lower than I want it to be, but such is life. Yeah, that's it. I will be live tomorrow, you guys. I'll be live again tomorrow morning, and probably, probably expect a different character. But if not, you know, maybe we'll solve this. Maybe we'll solve this. But I know a lot of people want Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, so... Yeah. Oh well. GG's, guys. I will see you guys when I see you next. Thanks for hanging out and watching with me. And thanks for dealing with the frustrations and the bitching on my end. Bye-bye.